Chosen ones, this message is for you. Do you truly understand the power of God's protection over your life? No one who plots against you can escape the reach of divine justice. They may have schemed, they may have even come close to succeeding, but here's the truth. Their failure wasn't luck. It was God's hand at work. And now those who dared to cross the line are facing consequences they never saw coming. Before we dive in, let me take a moment to thank every one of you who has supported this channel, especially through Super Thanks. Your kindness and faith make it possible to share these revelations with the world. If this resonates with your spirit, drop $9.99 in the comments as a declaration that you trust in God's timing and His unmatched justice. Now, picture this. While your enemies were busy digging pits and rolling stones in your path, they didn't realize they were setting the stage for their own downfall. Just as Proverbs 26:27 reminds us, whoever digs a pit will fall into it. If someone rolls a stone, it will roll back on them. What happens when their own traps snap back with a force they can't escape? What happens when God not only blocks their attacks, but uses their schemes to expose them? The reckoning is here. For some it's spiritual, for others it's literal. Jail cells, shattered reputations, and public disgrace. God is preparing the script for their downfall. And the best part, you didn't have to lift a finger. Are you ready to uncover how heaven orchestrates a justice so swift, so profound, it leaves your enemies trembling? Let's delve deeper into this undeniable truth. God's chosen ones, they're going to jail. They failed to take your life, but God can take theirs. 1. The miscalculation of power. Have you ever felt like the odds were stacked against you? Like the people around you, those with influence, resources, or power, were working overtime to see you fail. And yet, here you are, standing strong, even when everything seemed designed to crush you. Have you ever paused to wonder why? It's not luck. It's not coincidence. It's because you are chosen. Being chosen isn't just a title. It's a divine calling that comes with an invisible shield, a protection so powerful that even the forces of darkness tremble before it. But here's the catch. Your enemies don't see it. They look at you and think you're vulnerable, easy to destroy. Why? Because they measure strength by the standards of the world. Money, connections, physical might. They forget one critical truth. No human effort can override what God has ordained. Do you remember Pharaoh in Exodus? He thought his kingdom, his wealth, and his army were enough to defy God's command to free the Israelites. But what happened? Each plague that struck Egypt wasn't just a punishment. It was a declaration that God's power reigned supreme. Pharaoh believed he was fighting Moses, but in reality, he was battling the God of all creation. For this purpose I have raised you up, to show you my power, so that my name may be proclaimed in all the earth. Exodus 9:16. Now think about your own life. How many times have you faced people who underestimated you? How often have they tried to use their influence or manipulation to derail you? And yet, their plans failed. Why? Because your battles are not fought with worldly weapons. The weapons we fight with are not the weapons of the world. On the contrary, they have divine power to demolish strongholds. 2 Corinthians 10:4. So, when you choose not to retaliate, when you remain calm in the face of attack, how do you think your enemies perceive you? They mistake your silence for surrender, your stillness for weakness. But let me tell you the truth. They're walking straight into a divine trap. Just like Haman in the book of Esther, who built gallows to destroy Mordecai, they are unknowingly creating the tools of their own downfall. Haven't you seen this before? The people who plot against you always seem to face consequences far greater than anything you could have orchestrated yourself. Why? Because God fights for you. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. Think about David and Goliath. Do you think David's enemies took him seriously? A young boy with no armor, no sword, just a sling and a few stones. They laughed. Goliath mocked him. But what did David say? You come to me with a sword, and with a spear, and with a javelin, but I come to you in the name of the Lord of hosts. 1 Samuel 17:45. David knew something his enemy didn't. The battle was never about strength or weapons. It was about who was fighting for him. Now, do you see the same pattern in your life? Have you noticed how often your enemy's plans crumble? How their power seems to vanish at the moment they think they've won? This isn't random. It's divine justice. God isn't just watching from a distance. He's actively working on your behalf. While your enemies are scheming, plotting, and gathering their resources, every move they make is being recorded and monitored by heaven. Do you think God is unaware of their intentions? No. He's letting them walk into the consequences of their own actions. Their arrogance blinds them to the fact that they're not fighting you, they're fighting him. So, when the attacks come, what should you do? Should you retaliate? Should you defend yourself? No. Stand still. Trust in the God who has already won the battle. Let me ask you one last question. Do you truly believe this? Do you believe that the one who called you is strong enough to protect you? Because if you do, then you know that no miscalculation of power, no enemy, no plan, no force can ever succeed against you. You are chosen, you are protected, and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. 2. The divine boomerang effect. There's a spiritual law at work in the universe, one that is as precise as it is inevitable. What is sent out returns amplified. When harm is plotted against the chosen ones, against you, it's like throwing a boomerang with reckless force. The thrower might feel powerful in the moment, convinced they've gained the upper hand. But what they don't realize is that their every action is already setting the stage for their own downfall. This isn't karma, it's divine justice, tailored and deliberate. Have you ever wondered why certain schemes against you seem to collapse without you doing anything at all? Joseph's story in Genesis illustrates this truth beautifully. His brothers, driven by envy, sold him into slavery and thought they had removed him from their lives for good. Yet every action they took against him only served God's greater plan. Joseph's suffering led to his rise, and in the end, it was the very same brothers who had to bow before him. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Genesis 50:20. Do you see how God can take even the darkest moments of your life and turn them into stepping stones for your purpose? The same principle applies to your life. Those who conspire against you, telling lies, setting traps, or scheming in secret, are digging pits they themselves will fall into. This is not about retaliation on your part. In fact, the chosen don't need to lift a finger. Your silence carries more power than any response, because it allows divine forces to work without interference. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. Does it ever feel like your silence is misunderstood as weakness? Look at David's story with Saul. Despite being relentlessly pursued and wronged, David never struck back, even when he had the opportunity to do so. He understood that vengeance belongs to God. Do not take revenge, my dear friends, but leave room for God's wrath, for it is written, "It is mine to avenge, I will repay, says the Lord." Romans 12:19. David's restraint wasn't weakness, it was wisdom, rooted in the knowledge that God's justice is far more effective than any human action. Have you ever considered that withholding retaliation could be an act of faith? Consider Haman in the book of Esther, who plotted to destroy Mordecai and the Jewish people. In his arrogance, he built gallows, confident in his plan. But, in the end, it was Haman who hung on the very structure he had built. This isn't coincidence, it's the precision of divine justice. Can you recall moments in your own life where the harm intended for you seemed to backfire on the one who caused it? When the boomerang of their actions returns, it doesn't just bring back the harm they intended, it magnifies it. It strikes them where they are most vulnerable. Their reputation, their relationships, their ambitions, or even their freedom. Their confusion and desperation are the result of a higher plan they cannot comprehend. Doesn't it bring peace to know that every scheme against you is already under God's watchful eye, and while their plans unravel, you, the chosen, continue to rise? Every attempt to harm you only propels you closer to the purpose God has for your life. The harder they push, the faster they accelerate their own downfall. This is why silence is often the most powerful response. It's not passivity, it's trust. Trust that the one who called you is also the one who protects you. What if your current trials are simply preparing you for the victory God has already ordained? The lesson is undeniable. Those who aim to destroy someone under divine protection are ultimately setting destruction in motion for themselves. What they send out will always return, amplified and inescapable. So, stand firm. Let your peace remain unshaken, knowing that no weapon formed against you will prosper. You are chosen, and no plot against you can prevail under the hand of divine justice. 3. Ego is their downfall. Have you noticed how often arrogance paves the way for someone's undoing? Ego is a double-edged sword, powerful but ultimately destructive. For those who rise against the chosen ones, their ego becomes their greatest weakness. They operate under the illusion that their power, status, or connections make them untouchable. This inflated confidence drives them to cross boundaries they should have never approached. Pride goes before destruction, a haughty spirit before a fall. Proverbs 16:18. Why do they feel so invincible? Ego blinds them to the bigger picture. It convinces them they are in control, but they fail to see the unseen forces at work in the life of someone who is chosen. Your steps are not random. They're guided by divine orchestration. Even in moments of struggle or vulnerability, you are being positioned for something greater. But the enemies don't see this. They misinterpret your hardships as signs of weakness, thinking you are an easy target. Do you remember Pharaoh's arrogance in the story of Moses? His ego made him believe he could defy God, even as Egypt crumbled under plague after plague. Each act of defiance only accelerated his downfall. His power, which he thought was unshakable, was stripped away as God's hand moved. This is the trap of ego. It blinds people to reality and leads them to overreach. The Lord Almighty has a day in store for all the proud and lofty, for all that is exalted, and they will be humbled. Isaiah 2:12. How many times have you seen someone's pride push them into decisions they couldn't recover from? The enemies of the chosen ones fall into this trap repeatedly. Their arrogance fuels them to strike harder, to manipulate, to lie, and to attack without restraint. They see your calmness and mistake it for defeat. They don't realize that ego is leading them into their own destruction. It convinces them they can control outcomes, but they are stepping into a fight they've already lost. What's fascinating is that you don't even have to respond. Your silence is not just restraint, it's wisdom. When pride comes, then comes disgrace, but with humility comes wisdom. Proverbs 11:2. Divine justice doesn't simply correct, it humbles. And when it moves, it dismantles the enemy's entire foundation. The Lord lifts up the humble, he casts the wicked to the ground. Psalm 147:6. So what happens when the power they relied on disappears? When the allies they trusted abandon them? When their carefully crafted image begins to crumble under the weight of their own arrogance? The irony is undeniable. They believed their ego made them strong, but it was the very thing that made them weak. Think of Goliath, standing tall, mocking David with his overwhelming size and strength. His confidence blinded him to the fact that his defeat was already sealed. Goliath didn't just fall because of a stone. He fell because his ego made him foolish enough to underestimate the power of God working through David. God opposes the proud, but shows favor to the humble. James 4:6. In the end, the enemies are left broken, with nothing but the realization that their perceived strength was the very cause of their collapse. Ego didn't make them invincible, it made them reckless. Meanwhile, you, the chosen one, stand firm, untouched, and rising above the ashes of their failed schemes. The righteous will never be shaken, they will be remembered forever. Psalm 112:6. Doesn't it bring you peace to know that you don't have to fight back, that the very thing they rely on to harm you is the seed of their own undoing? Ego is their downfall, and divine justice ensures that no amount of arrogance can ever overpower the calling and protection over your life. 4. God uses their jail sentence as a stage. When the wicked find themselves behind bars, it's never just about the physical imprisonment. Have you ever wondered why their fall is so public, so undeniable? It's because that jail cell is more than a consequence. It's a stage. A divine platform where God demonstrates his unmatched ability to humble the proud and hold them accountable. For the Lord Almighty has purposed, and who can thwart him? His hand is stretched out, and who can turn it back? Isaiah 14:27. For those who have spent their lives thriving on lies, manipulation, and oppression, imprisonment becomes a mirror. Stripped of their power and pretense, they are forced to confront the truth they've avoided for so long, the harm they've caused and the divine authority they dared to challenge. Have you noticed how the mighty seem to fall hardest? This isn't just a random event. It's God's justice in motion. This is not simply a fall from grace. It's a reckoning for all to witness. Those who once walked with arrogance, flaunting their influence and wealth, are now reduced to mere mortals. Their titles, resources, and self-made thrones vanish. They're no longer the rulers of their empires, but individuals sitting face to face with the consequences of their choices. The arrogance of man will be brought low, and human pride humbled. The Lord alone will be exalted in that day. Isaiah 2:17. And here's the profound truth. God doesn't hide this process. Their imprisonment becomes a public lesson, a powerful reminder of what happens when people defy divine authority and come against the chosen ones. It's as if God uses their downfall to broadcast a message. No one is above his justice. No matter how untouchable they seemed, no amount of human power can stand against God. Think about King Nebuchadnezzar in the book of Daniel. He ruled with unmatched arrogance, believing his kingdom was the result of his own might. But what happened? God humbled him, driving him to live like a wild animal until he acknowledged God's sovereignty. The Most High is sovereign over all kingdoms on earth and gives them to anyone he wishes. Daniel 4:32. While the wicked are confined, their inner turmoil becomes their greatest punishment. Guilt, regret, and the weight of their actions consume them. They're no longer blinded by the illusion of control, but confronted by the reality of their choices. Do you see how this echoes in the lives of those who come against you? Their downfall isn't just physical, it's spiritual, emotional, and deeply personal. Meanwhile, the chosen ones, those they sought to destroy, continue to rise. You remain untouched, shielded by divine protection, proving to everyone that God's justice is not only real, but unavoidable. The Lord is my strength and my shield. My heart trusts in him, and he helps me. Psalm 28:7. What's even more striking is how their fall becomes a lesson for the world. Jail isn't just a cell, it's a stage. It's where God makes a bold statement. Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows. Galatians 6:7. So, while they wrestle with their failures and watch their empires crumble, you continue to walk in purpose. Their arrogance becomes the catalyst for their destruction, and their downfall serves as a warning to anyone who dares to challenge the chosen. Doesn't it bring peace to know that no amount of human power, no scheme, no act of oppression can stand against the justice of God? Jail is not just a punishment, it's a divine declaration that His justice reigns supreme. 5. The failed assassination plan. When people set out to destroy a chosen one, they aim for complete devastation. It's not enough for them to cause inconvenience or create minor obstacles. They want total destruction. They seek to break your spirit, shatter your peace, and reduce your life to ruins. But here's what they fail to understand. What God has chosen cannot be destroyed. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? Psalm 27:1. Every scheme, every carefully laid trap, and every calculated attempt to take you down is doomed to fail before it even begins. Why? Because the chosen ones carry a divine shield, a protection that isn't just passive. It actively works against those who plot harm. Do you remember the story of Daniel in the lion's den? His enemies conspired to have him thrown into a pit with hungry lions, confident their plan would destroy him. But what happened? Not a single lion touched him because God's protection was with him. The same trap meant for Daniel became the undoing of those who plotted against him. No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you. Isaiah 54:17. The beauty of this divine shield is how it turns the enemy's plans into their own downfall. Their lies unravel, their alliances crumble, and their strategies collapse under their own weight. It's not just failure, it's divine intervention. The very weapons formed against you become the tools of their destruction. Have you ever noticed how effortlessly God's protection works? Your enemies pour energy, time, and resources into their plans, yet they only end up watching everything fall apart. Imagine their frustration as they realize their power, no matter how great it seemed, is useless against God's plan for your life. There is no wisdom, no insight, no plan that can succeed against the Lord. Proverbs 21:30. Look at the story of Haman in the book of Esther. He spent every waking moment plotting to destroy Mordecai and the Jewish people, building gallows in anticipation of their downfall. But his plans didn't just fail, they backfired. Haman himself was hanged on the very gallows he constructed. This is how divine justice works. Through all of this, you, the chosen one, remain standing. Your spirit is unbroken, your peace intact, and your life continues to thrive. They don't understand it. How could you possibly walk away unscathed after all they've done? The answer is simple. God's protection over the chosen is absolute and unshakable. Their failed assassination plan becomes more than just their defeat. It becomes your testimony. It's a visible reminder of God's overwhelming power and faithfulness. When they realize that their efforts have only served to highlight His greatness, they're left to deal with the fallout of their actions. But the Lord is faithful, and He will strengthen you and protect you from the evil one. 2 Thessalonians 3:3. Meanwhile, you continue to move forward, untouched and unshaken. Their weapons didn't prosper, their schemes didn't succeed. Instead, their failure becomes a public declaration of God's sovereignty. It's a reminder to all that no human power can stand against the plans of God. Doesn't it bring peace to know that no matter how many plans are formed against you, they can never succeed? With God on your side, every attack becomes an opportunity to display His glory, proving that His plans for you cannot be stopped. 6. The reversal of roles. Life has a way of flipping the script, doesn't it? But for the chosen ones, this reversal of roles isn't just a coincidence, it's divine poetry. Those who once schemed against you, manipulated circumstances, and pulled strings to control your life, now find themselves in an unimaginable position, powerless. The Lord works out everything to its proper end, even the wicked for a day of disaster. Proverbs 16:4. Their relentless attempts to dictate your destiny have backfired, and now their own fate hangs in the balance. They once thrived on control, making moves in secret and believing they held all the cards. But what they never realized is that they were never truly in control to begin with. Their arrogance blinded them to the fact that God was always the true author of your story. The plans of the Lord stand firm forever, the purposes of his heart through all generations. Psalm 33:11. Do you see how quickly the tables turn? One moment, they are issuing threats, plotting your downfall and deciding your future. The next, they are at the mercy of forces far greater than themselves. Their power, which they once wielded so arrogantly, has been stripped away, leaving them exposed and vulnerable. Can you think of a time when someone underestimated God's protection over you and ended up facing the consequences of their own actions? The story of Haman in the book of Esther perfectly captures this reversal of roles. Haman built gallows for Mordecai, confident in his plan to destroy him. Yet by God's design, it was Haman who was hanged on those very gallows. This wasn't just justice. It was a demonstration of divine order, a reminder that no one can rewrite the destiny God has already written. This isn't simply a loss of power for your enemies, it's a complete role reversal. The ones who once felt invincible are now left waiting, watching, and facing the very consequences they thought were reserved for others. They, who once thrived on controlling outcomes, are now spectators in their own downfall. The Lord brings the counsel of the nations to nothing. He frustrates the plans of the peoples. Psalm 33:10. For you, this reversal isn't about revenge. It's about justice. It's about watching God's promises unfold in a way that leaves no doubt about his sovereignty. Do you remember the story of Joseph? His brothers plotted against him, selling him into slavery, thinking they had erased him from their lives. Yet, years later, Joseph stood as a ruler in Egypt, the very man who held their fate in his hands. While your enemies scramble to make sense of their crumbling plans and vanished positions, you rise. Their attempts to deny you your purpose only propel you further into the calling God has designed for you. How powerful is it to know that their actions couldn't stop what was destined for you? The Lord makes firm the steps of the one who delights in him. Though he may stumble, he will not fall, for the Lord upholds him with his hand. Psalm 37:23-24. This is no coincidence, it's divine order. The roles have shifted and the message is undeniable. The chosen ones are never at the mercy of their enemies. Instead, their enemies become a lesson in the unstoppable power of God's justice. So, as they watch helplessly while their plans crumble, take heart. Their downfall is not about your strength, it's about God's sovereignty. The reversal of roles is a testimony to his faithfulness, a reminder that no one can overturn what he has ordained for you. 7. When God is silent, it's strategy. Have you ever found yourself praying fervently, crying out for intervention, only to be met with silence? It's unsettling, isn't it? When your enemies are loud and relentless and heaven seems quiet, it's easy to wonder if God is ignoring your cries. But here's the truth. God's silence is never a sign of inaction, it's strategy. Be still before the Lord and wait patiently for him. Do not fret when people succeed in their ways, when they carry out their wicked schemes. Psalm 37:7. When God is silent, He's not absent, He's observing. Every plot, every lie, and every attack is being recorded with divine precision. His silence isn't negligence, it's preparation. He's setting the stage for something far greater than an immediate response, a perfect, undeniable act of justice. Do you remember the story of Jesus before his crucifixion? When he stood trial, falsely accused and mocked, he didn't defend himself. His silence wasn't weakness, it was strategy. He was oppressed and afflicted, yet he did not open his mouth. He was led like a lamb to the slaughter, and as a sheep before its shearers is silent, so he did not open his mouth. Isaiah 53:7. His silence allowed the full depth of his enemy's wickedness to be exposed, setting the stage for the ultimate victory through the resurrection. God's silence works the same way in your life. It's a divine setup, a calculated chess move that allows your enemies to believe they've won. They mistake his quietness for absence, growing bolder in their actions, and unknowingly digging their own graves. This isn't punishment for you, it's exposure for them. For there is nothing concealed that will not be disclosed, or hidden that will not be made known. Luke 12:2. Have you noticed how time reveals the true nature of people? If God acted immediately, the depth of their wickedness might never come to light. But by waiting, he allows their intentions to be fully exposed, giving the world a front row seat to their downfall. Think about Pharaoh in Exodus. He refused to let the Israelites go, hardening his heart again and again. With each refusal, his arrogance grew, but so did the magnitude of his eventual defeat. God's timing wasn't delayed, it was deliberate. But for this purpose I have raised you up, to show you my power, so that my name may be proclaimed in all the earth. Exodus 9:16. It's not just about punishing your enemies, it's about making it undeniable that they brought it upon themselves. When God moves, there's no confusion, no ambiguity. His silence transforms into the loudest answer, a declaration of his unmatched wisdom and timing. Can you see now how his quietness is never a sign of abandonment, but a strategy for your ultimate victory? Think of the story of Job. Through all his suffering, it seemed like God was silent, allowing the enemy to attack relentlessly. But in the end, God restored Job's fortunes, proving his faithfulness and justice. The Lord blessed the latter part of Job's life more than the former part. Job 42:12. While you wait, God is working behind the scenes. Every delay is deliberate. Every moment of silence is part of his plan to align everything perfectly for your triumph. And when he finally moves, it's swift, precise, and undeniable. The Lord is not slow in keeping his promise, as some understand slowness. Instead, he is patient with you, not wanting anyone to perish, but everyone to come to repentance. 2 Peter 3:9. So when God seems silent, take heart. Know that he is watching, waiting, and setting the stage for a victory far greater than you could have imagined. His silence is not the absence of his hand, it's the brilliance of his strategy. 8. Life versus legacy. Your enemies thought that destroying you would be their ultimate triumph. They didn't just want to disrupt your peace or hinder your progress. They aimed to erase your existence entirely. But here's the irony. In their obsession with taking your life, they destroyed something far greater, their own legacy. Whoever digs a pit will fall into it. If someone rolls a stone, it will roll back on them. Proverbs 26:27. Every act of malice, every scheme, and every word of slander they unleashed against you became the seeds of their own downfall. While they worked tirelessly to tear you down, they unknowingly built a reputation for themselves, a reputation of disgrace and shame. What they didn't anticipate was your resilience. You didn't just survive their attacks, you thrived in spite of them. Doesn't it speak volumes about the power of God's protection when the very weapons formed against you become the instruments of your testimony? The story of Joseph in Genesis reminds us of this truth. His brothers, consumed by jealousy, sold him into slavery, believing they had ended his dreams and erased his future. But God had other plans. Joseph's life became a legacy of triumph, while his brothers were left to grapple with the shame of their actions. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Genesis 50:20. Your enemies are no different. Their attempts to ruin you only amplified your testimony. While they fade into obscurity, remembered only for their misdeeds, your life becomes a beacon of hope and victory. They thought they were silencing your story, but all they did was make it louder, a testimony to God's power and faithfulness. The memory of the righteous is a blessing, but the name of the wicked will rot. Proverbs 10:7. As you rise, they fall. It's not coincidence, it's divine justice. God ensured that their plans to destroy you would achieve the opposite. While they were consumed with ending your story, they unwittingly ended their own. Their legacy is now one of pride, malice, and failure, while yours shines as a testimony of endurance and faith. Do you see how God's hand has worked in your life, turning every attack into a stepping stone for something greater? Consider the story of Saul of Tarsus before his transformation into Paul. As a persecutor of Christians, Saul sought to destroy lives and silence voices. Yet his legacy of destruction ended the moment he encountered Jesus on the road to Damascus. His life was transformed, and his new purpose overshadowed the shame of his past. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. Jeremiah 29:11. God's work in your life is no less profound. The very harm meant to silence you becomes the foundation of your testimony. Their schemes were never powerful enough to erase you because God's hand was always on you. While they plotted in pride, God prepared your victory. Their downfall is not just a punishment, it's a lesson, a cautionary tale of what happens when pride and malice go unchecked. Meanwhile, your legacy becomes proof that God can turn anything meant for harm into something extraordinary. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. Romans 8:28. So while your enemies are remembered for their failures, your story continues to inspire. Your life stands as undeniable proof that with God in control, life always wins over legacy. You are living proof that no plan of destruction can succeed against what God has destined to thrive. 9. The instant shift. Have you ever witnessed a moment so sudden and profound that it left no doubt it was orchestrated by divine power? When God moves, it's not gradual or subtle, it's swift, absolute, and beyond human comprehension. He doesn't need days, weeks, or even hours. In a single moment, he can dismantle what took years to build. As Scripture reminds us, he brings princes to naught and reduces the rulers of this world to nothing. Isaiah 40:23. His authority is unmatched, and his timing is always perfect. Do you know someone who has grown so comfortable in their position of power that they believe they're untouchable? Those who once stood tall, boasting of their power and influence, can find themselves brought down in the blink of an eye. This instant shift reveals the unpredictability of God's justice. The enemies of the chosen ones often grow comfortable in their positions, mistaking their temporary success for permanence. They assume that their schemes, manipulations, and arrogance will shield them from consequences. But what they fail to realize is that God's silence isn't weakness, it's strategy. Consider the story of King Belshazzar in Daniel 5. At the height of his arrogance, he defied God by using sacred temple vessels during a lavish feast. Yet, in that same moment, God delivered judgment. The mysterious writing on the wall declared his fate, and his kingdom was taken from him that very night. This moment illustrates how swiftly God's justice moves when his time comes. As the verse says, Mene, Mene, Tekel, Parsin. Daniel 5:25-28. A reminder that no human pride can stand before divine authority. Have you ever experienced a moment where someone's arrogance led to their downfall in an instant? This is how God operates. When he moves, the collapse is sudden and irreversible. Those who once thrived on pride and arrogance find themselves humbled in an instant. One day, they're at the top, controlling others, manipulating situations, and reveling in their schemes. The next, they're stripped of everything: power, status, and even the respect of those they once ruled. The Bible affirms this truth, saying, "For the Lord Almighty has purposed, and who can thwart him? His hand is stretched out, and who can turn it back?" Isaiah 14:27. It's a sobering reminder of how God's plans are unstoppable. Have you wondered why God sometimes seems to wait before acting? Think about Pharaoh in the book of Exodus. His resistance to God's command to free the Israelites led to one of the most dramatic reversals in history. Pharaoh's power seemed absolute, but when God acted, his control evaporated in an instant. The Red Sea swallowed his army, erasing the might he once wielded. What would it look like in your life to trust God's timing, even when everything seems silent? For the enemies of the chosen, this instant shift is a humbling reckoning. Their downfall becomes a testament to God's unmatched power and timing. And while they face the collapse of everything they once relied on, the chosen ones stand firm, shielded by divine protection. This truth is echoed in Hebrews. "Once more, I will shake not only the earth, but also the heavens." Hebrews 12:26. When God decides to move, his actions reverberate across the physical and spiritual realms, leaving no doubt about his authority. For the chosen ones, this instant shift isn't just a victory, it's a testimony. It's proof that God's justice is not only real, but unstoppable. As your enemies fall, their downfall becomes a public reminder of God's sovereignty, a declaration that no human plan can alter his divine will. And as Paul reminds us in Romans, if God is for us, who can be against us? Romans 8:31. This rhetorical question stands as a powerful reminder that no force can stand in the way of God's plans for your life. Do you see how God's hand moves, turning the tide in your favor in ways no one could anticipate? When the shift happens, it's undeniable. It leaves the world in awe of his power, and you as a living testimony of his faithfulness. So, take heart. The same God who brings swift justice to your enemies is the one who ensures your victory. 10. The existence of spiritual immunity. Have you ever wondered how the chosen ones endure trials that would break others? While their enemies plot and scheme, confident in their plans, the chosen remain standing, unshaken in their strength and unbroken in their purpose. This resilience isn't luck or sheer determination, it's the anointing of God. But the Lord is faithful, and he will strengthen you and protect you from the evil one. 2 Thessalonians 3:3. The survival of the chosen isn't about their own strength, it's about the power working within them. While others crumble under the weight of adversity, the chosen ones are sustained by a source far greater than themselves. It's this spiritual immunity, this divine covering, that confounds their enemies. Time and time again, schemes fail, traps backfire, and attempts to destroy them fall short. Their enemies are left frustrated and powerless, unable to comprehend why their efforts amount to nothing. Do you remember David's words in the Psalms? "The Lord is my strength and my shield. My heart trusts in him, and he helps me. My heart leaps for joy, and with my song I praise him." Psalm 28:7. This is the secret of the chosen ones. Their strength is not their own, but comes directly from God. This immunity doesn't mean the chosen are exempt from pain or struggle. They face hardships, setbacks, and moments of difficulty just like anyone else. Yet there's a difference. They're never defeated. Their spirit remains untouched because God's protection ensures their ultimate victory. No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you. Isaiah 54:17. Think about Joseph, sold into slavery by his brothers and later falsely accused and imprisoned. To anyone else, his situation might have seemed hopeless, but Joseph carried a divine immunity. Every setback only propelled him closer to his purpose, and every attempt to harm him ultimately failed. His story reminds us that the chosen are not only protected, but positioned for greatness through their trials. Have you seen this in your own life? Times when attacks came your way, but instead of breaking you, they revealed the depth of God's strength within you. The efforts of the enemies of the chosen always end in futility. Their lies unravel, their alliances crumble, and their plans dissolve under the weight of divine protection. They come to realize that no force on earth can override the will of God. As Scripture declares, "The Lord makes firm the steps of the one who delights in him. Though he may stumble, he will not fall, for the Lord upholds him with his hand." Psalm 37:23-24. This spiritual immunity is a testament to the power of God's anointing. The chosen are living proof that God's will cannot be thwarted. Their survival is not just a victory, it's a declaration of God's unmatched sovereignty. For the Lord, your God, is the one who goes with you to fight for you against your enemies to give you victory. Deuteronomy 24. When enemies see the chosen standing firm, it serves as a humbling reminder of God's authority. They can scheme, attack, and try to destroy, but their efforts will always fall short. The chosen spirit remains untouchable because it is sustained by the Creator himself. Doesn't it bring comfort to know that your strength comes not from what you can do, but from the one who holds the entire universe in his hands? While others falter under pressure, you remain. While others are overwhelmed, you endure. This isn't just survival, it's spiritual immunity, and it's proof that the chosen are never truly at the mercy of their enemies. Their strength is God's strength, and no force can stand against it. 11. The duality of jail, physical and spiritual. Jail is often viewed as a physical punishment, a place where freedom is stripped away and people are locked behind bars of steel and stone. But for those who rise against the chosen ones, imprisonment takes on a far deeper dimension. It's not just their bodies that are confined, it's their spirits. "There is no peace for the wicked," says the Lord. Isaiah 48:22. While your enemies may face physical jail sentences, the real punishment is far more profound. Imagine being confined in a space where the walls aren't just physical, they're made of regret, guilt, and the crushing realization that they challenged something divinely protected. In the stillness of their confinement, they come face to face with the truth they worked so hard to deny. Every malicious action, every selfish decision, every scheme driven by pride now turns against them, and the spiritual burden becomes unbearable. Have you ever considered how the weight of guilt can imprison someone more completely than any cell ever could? This spiritual imprisonment is inescapable. No amount of money, influence, or power can free them from the torment of their own conscience. They may try to mask it, walking around with their heads held high, pretending to be unaffected, but inside they are prisoners. Their minds replay their wrongdoings over and over, trapping them in a cycle of shame and regret. Wickedness punishes the wicked, and they are caught in the cords of their sin. Proverbs 5:22. Meanwhile, the chosen ones, those they sought to destroy, thrive. Their lives remain untouched by the attacks meant to harm them, their spirits free and unburdened. This stark contrast between the freedom of the chosen and the spiritual imprisonment of the wicked is the ultimate justice. Consider Judas Iscariot, who betrayed Jesus for 30 pieces of silver. Even after he carried out his betrayal, his guilt consumed him. No amount of silver could ease the weight of his regret. When Judas, who had betrayed him, saw that Jesus was condemned, he was seized with remorse. Matthew 27:3. The spiritual torment led Judas to his ultimate downfall, a vivid example of how inner imprisonment can outweigh any external punishment. Do you see how divine justice works? It doesn't just stop at external consequences. It reaches the deepest parts of the soul, exposing the truth and enforcing accountability. Physical bars may be removed, but the inner torment lingers. Those who come against the chosen ones carry the unrelenting weight of knowing they failed, not just in their schemes, but in defying God himself. For we know him who said, "It is mine to avenge, I will repay." And again, "The Lord will judge his people." Hebrews 10:30. What makes this punishment so striking is its permanence. While physical confinement may end, the spiritual imprisonment remains. It's not just about being behind bars, it's about being trapped in a state of relentless self-condemnation. Can you imagine living every day with the realization that you lost to something far greater than yourself, a divine justice you cannot escape? The contrast is clear. While your enemies wrestle with guilt and regret, you rise. While they are trapped in cycles of spiritual torment, you walk freely in the purpose God has set before you. Their attempts to destroy you only highlight the power of God's protection over your life. This duality of jail, physical and spiritual, is the ultimate reminder of God's sovereignty. The physical bars are nothing compared to the inner torment of knowing they lost to divine justice. Their punishment is not just a moment, but a lasting consequence, a constant reminder that no one can outrun the results of their actions when God is in control. 12. God's wrath is surgical. Have you ever noticed how God's justice is never chaotic or random? His wrath isn't about uncontrolled destruction. It's precise, calculated, and intentional. When the wicked think they've escaped judgment, they overlook one essential truth. God doesn't deal in randomness. Every action he takes is deliberate, targeting exactly where it matters most. For the Lord is a God of justice. Blessed are all who wait for him. Isaiah 30:18. Unlike human revenge, which often seeks to hurt for the sake of hurting, God's wrath is purposeful. It's never about senseless punishment. It's about restoration, accountability, and justice. He doesn't simply target the external consequences of sin. He goes to the root of it. For those who plot against the chosen ones, his actions strike at the heart of their pride and ego, exposing the illusions of control and power they once held so dearly. Have you ever wondered why some people's downfall seems to hit them where it hurts the most? Could it be that God is addressing something deeper than just their actions? Think of Pharaoh in the book of Exodus. His arrogance made him believe he could defy God's command to free the Israelites. But God's plagues weren't random acts of destruction. They were targeted lessons, each one dismantling a specific pillar of Pharaoh's power and the false gods of Egypt. When God finally acted at the Red Sea, Pharaoh's entire army was wiped out, and with it, the illusion of his invincibility. Doesn't it bring comfort to know that God's justice is always exact, addressing not just the surface, but the root cause? This is the surgical precision of his wrath. The wicked are often blind to the connection between their downfall and the seeds they've sown. They may lose their wealth, status, or reputation, but these are merely symptoms. The true punishment lies in the shattering of their sense of self, their belief in their invincibility. God doesn't just take away material things. He dismantles the very foundation of their pride and security. Pride goes before destruction, a haughty spirit before a fall. Proverbs 16:18. Consider King Nebuchadnezzar in the book of Daniel. His pride led him to declare that his power alone had built the great kingdom of Babylon, but God humbled him, driving him to live like a wild animal until he acknowledged God's sovereignty. Nebuchadnezzar's wealth and kingdom remained intact, but his pride was shattered. A surgical act of divine wrath aimed at restoring humility. Those who walk in pride he is able to humble. Daniel 4:37. Have you experienced or observed a situation where someone's arrogance led to their complete humbling? What does that reveal about how God deals with pride? What makes God's justice even more profound is that it teaches lessons not just to those who are punished, but to everyone who observes it. His actions serve as a public declaration that no one can escape divine justice. They remind the world that God's timing is perfect, his actions deliberate, and his purpose unshakable. When God acts, he leaves no room for misunderstanding. His wrath is not about destroying for destruction's sake. It's about restoring balance, teaching humility, and reminding everyone of his unmatched authority. Do you see how his justice is designed not just to punish but to teach and correct? The lessons are clear. No one can defy divine authority and escape the consequences, while human revenge blinds itself with rage. God's wrath is guided by wisdom, ensuring that justice is served and restoration is possible. For the chosen ones, this precision is a reminder of the depth of God's protection. For their enemies, it's an unmistakable declaration that no scheme or power can stand against the will of God. Do not be deceived, God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows. Galatians 6:7. God's wrath is always fitting, always timely, and always just. It strikes at the heart of the matter, leaving no doubt that his authority is absolute. While the wicked are humbled and their pride dismantled, the chosen ones rise, their testimony amplified by the justice of God. In the grand tapestry of life, every thread is carefully woven with purpose, and every act, whether good or evil, carries the weight of its consequences. The chosen ones, though faced with storms, struggles, and betrayal, remain steadfast. Their strength comes not from their own might, but from the divine protection of a power far greater than any earthly force. For those who plot against you, the chosen, no amount of strategy, influence, or deceit can stand against the unyielding precision of divine justice. God's silence is not his absence, it is his strategy. His wrath, surgical and purposeful, dismantles the pride and arrogance of the wicked, ensuring that justice is served at the deepest level. The tables always turn. The enemies of the chosen may walk confidently for a time, but their reckoning is inevitable. Whether in this life or the next, their efforts to destroy the chosen only hasten their own downfall. Their legacy crumbles, their power fades, and their schemes are exposed for all to see. Meanwhile, the chosen rise, stronger, unbroken, and more radiant than ever before. In the end, it is not the power of the enemy that prevails, but the invincible force of divine protection and justice. The chosen are not merely survivors, they are living testimonies of God's faithfulness. Their lives stand as proof that no weapon formed against them will prosper. To all of you reading this, take heart. Know that you are chosen, protected, and deeply loved. No scheme, no attack, No force can stand against the purpose God has placed on your life. Trust in His timing, lean on His strength, and know that His justice is always perfect and always on time. Thank you for journeying through this reflection. May you walk in confidence, knowing that the same God who fights for you will also bring His justice to pass. May His blessings overflow in your life, filling you with peace, purpose, and unwavering faith. Stay strong, and remember, the final victory is always God's, and with Him it is also yours. If this message resonated with you, don't keep it to yourself. Like this post to show your support, share it with someone who needs encouragement, and let's spread the truth of God's unwavering justice together. Your engagement helps inspire others and keeps the conversation alive. Together, let's remind the world that with God, the chosen are unstoppable. If you're here watching this, know that it's no coincidence. God has orchestrated this moment in your life, and it's one that carries the potential to alter everything. What you're about to hear isn't just another message, it's a revelation tailored for you. That stirring in your spirit, that undeniable sense that something profound is about to unfold. It's confirmation. You are chosen. You are set apart. And what's about to be revealed will astonish not only you, but everyone who has ever doubted or underestimated you. Before we dive deeper, take a moment to declare your faith and readiness by commenting 999 below. Your words are a reflection of your bold trust in God's plan. To those who have shown love and support through super thanks, we're profoundly grateful for your kindness and generosity. Your contributions fuel this mission and inspire countless lives. Thank you for being a source of light and encouragement. Now let me ask you, have you ever wondered why your journey has been so unique, so filled with challenges that seemed insurmountable? Why do others question your path, whisper in disbelief, or even secretly hope for your failure? They thought they understood your story. They thought they could predict your ending. But God has been rewriting your narrative in a way that no one saw coming. The truth is, your setbacks were never just obstacles. They were divine preparations. Each tear, each moment of silence was shaping you into someone who would rise above expectations. Now, the question remains, why has God chosen this moment to unveil His purpose for your life? And why is everyone so shocked to see what's happening in you? Let's uncover the answers together. What lies ahead is not just a story, it's a divine transformation that will leave you and those around you in awe. Are you ready to embrace the truth and step fully into your calling? God's chosen one. Everyone was shocked to discover that you. There were murmurs behind your back, voices that eagerly waited to pounce at any sign of weakness. They thought they understood your story, the one they had scripted for you in their minds, based on their limited vision of what you could achieve. They won't make it, they whispered. They're not strong enough. They'll fall just like the others. But have you ever wondered what it is that makes you different? What is it that keeps you moving when the world expects you to stop? You were chosen for something far greater than they could ever comprehend. God has a plan that no one can fully understand until it unfolds, and every challenge they thought would break you only served to fortify your resolve. Your strength wasn't just in your willpower, it was in your remarkable ability to meet every setback with a quiet, unshakable determination. As Romans 8:37 tells us, in all these things we are more than conquerors through Him who loved us. They anticipated your stumble, they prayed for your fall, but you didn't falter. Instead, you moved forward with a steadfastness that left them stunned. Where they saw obstacles, you saw divine opportunities. Where they hoped for your defeat, you found a way to rise. They thought the storm would break you. yet the storm only polished you, refining your spirit. Every step you took, each decision you made, felt like a testimony to God's hand guiding you. Does this resonate with you? Have you ever been in a situation where the odds seemed impossible, yet you felt an inner strength that kept you going? Think about the story of Job in the Bible. Job's friends thought he was finished when he faced unimaginable loss and suffering. They couldn't understand why a man of faith like Job would be allowed to endure such hardship. But God had a plan far beyond their understanding. Job's faith was tested, yet he emerged stronger, his blessings multiplied. In the same way, you've been tested. The world may have doubted you, but God was refining you. Like Job, your trials didn't break you. They shaped you into the person you were meant to be. Job's journey reminds us of 1 Peter 1:7, which says, "These have come so that the proven genuineness of your faith, of greater worth than gold, which perishes even though refined by fire, may result in praise, glory, and honor when Jesus Christ is revealed." So, what have your struggles taught you about your faith? And now, as they waited for you to stumble, what they didn't see was your rise, your divine elevation. Your resilience became a mirror reflecting their own insecurities. They underestimated you, thinking their doubts could control your destiny. But now they stand in awe as they witness the impossible becoming your reality. The Bible reminds us in Isaiah 54:17, "No weapon formed against you will prevail." You've defied the odds, just like David did when he faced Goliath. Goliath was a giant, a towering figure of fear, and everyone expected David to fall. Yet with God's strength, David conquered what seemed unbeatable. In the same way, your victory is not just about you, it's a reflection of God's hand in your life. How has God used your challenges to reveal His strength in you? Your journey is a testimony to the power of God's love and the strength He instills in His chosen ones. Where they saw defeat, you proved them wrong, defying every expectation. Just as Joseph's brothers underestimated his dreams and the favor he received from God, they now see you walking into the destiny God has prepared for you. As Genesis 50:20 says, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." How much more could He be preparing for you? What victories await as you continue to trust in His plan for your life? Now, they can do nothing but stand back in disbelief. The very predictions they made about your downfall have been shattered by your unwavering faith and divine resilience. And in that moment, they realize, just like the world underestimated the power in Christ, they have underestimated you. Your ascent is unstoppable. You are indeed God's chosen one, and nothing will stand in your way. The first time they underestimated you, they made a grave mistake. They saw you as just another face in the crowd, another dreamer who lacked the strength to turn visions into reality. In their eyes, your quiet nature was a signal of weakness, a trait that would lead to your downfall. They observed you from a distance, eagerly awaiting the moment you would falter, waiting for a sign that you weren't as strong as you appeared. But in that very moment, you proved them wrong. Isn't it often in those very moments when the world expects us to crumble that we find our greatest strength? When others doubt us, isn't that the moment we discover just how powerful we are? You didn't need to shout from the rooftops or demand attention. You didn't have to compete with their noise or try to prove yourself through words. Instead, you did something far more powerful. You focused on your path. With every step, you showed them just how wrong they were. Every quiet victory you achieved became louder than any noise they could make. You didn't need validation from others. You only needed to believe in yourself. And that belief, grounded in God's promises, became the very thing that propelled you further than they ever imagined. As Philippians 4:13 reminds us, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Isn't that the truth? Your strength was never yours alone. It was divine. They thought they knew you, but they couldn't see the fire burning inside. They couldn't see the depths of your resolve or the strength you carried with you. Just as David's brothers underestimated him when they saw him only as a shepherd boy, they failed to see the warrior within. Their underestimation became your greatest weapon. It was their misjudgment, their doubt that fueled your rise. You used their doubts as stepping stones, climbing higher with every false belief they held about you. In the end, their doubt became the foundation upon which you built your success. Hasn't that always been the way of God's chosen ones? What others intend for harm, God turns into good for his purpose. Genesis 50:20. You were never meant to fit into the mold they had designed for you. From the very beginning, you were destined to break free. The world often loves to box people in, to tell them who they should be and what they can achieve. But you were never going to be confined by their limits. You were born to defy every expectation, to show the world that you were capable of far more than they could ever imagine. Remember how God called Abraham, an old man without children, and promised that his descendants would be as numerous as the stars in the sky. Genesis 15:5. The world had its doubts, but God's plan was bigger than they could see. Likewise, you were chosen for a purpose far beyond what they could grasp. Each time they told you what you couldn't do, you proved them wrong. Every label they tried to place on you became a challenge, and you met each one with unwavering courage. Do you remember how Moses faced the Red Sea? The Egyptians were certain that he and the Israelites would be trapped, but God made a way where there seemed to be no way. You too have walked through your own Red Sea moments, overcoming every obstacle placed before you. Where others saw obstacles, you saw stepping stones. Where they saw barriers, you saw opportunities. You didn't just meet expectations, you shattered them, and with every broken barrier, you moved closer to becoming the person you were always meant to be. They were so sure of your limits, so confident that you would never rise beyond them. But that's the thing about people who are destined for greatness. They don't play by the rules others set. They make their own. And you were born to create your own path. Like Esther, who rose from obscurity to become a queen and save her people, you too were destined to break free from the expectations that held so many others back. Have you ever felt that? The divine pull, the sense that you were meant for something more. Your journey, filled with obstacles and doubt from others, has led you to a place where only you can go, closer to the fulfillment of your God-given purpose. Keep walking in faith. Your destiny is not bound by their limitations, but by the limitless power of God who guides you. You are a living testament to the undeniable truth that the greatest achievements often come when you defy the very limits the world has set for you. For so long, they tried to control your every move, to dictate the path your life should take. Have you ever wondered how it feels to have others try to shape you into someone you're not? They sought to mold you into their image, using their power, influence, and manipulation to confine you to their expectations. But there came a moment when you realized you could no longer live under their control. It was time to break free, and break free you did. True freedom comes when you let go of the chains others have placed around you, whether it's their expectations, their judgments, or the pressures they tried to impose. Can you recall the moment when you first felt that release? When you realized that their power over you no longer existed? Once you understood that, there was no turning back. You discovered a part of yourself you never knew existed, an unshakable part that could not be controlled. This is the very spirit that rises within those whom God has chosen. Philippians 4:13 reminds us, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. This strength is not of your own making. It is God's power in you, enabling you to break free from all that once held you back. Breaking free wasn't easy. It required everything you had, and yet you pressed on. It was a battle for your independence, your identity, your future. But the moment you stepped out of their grasp, you began to see just how powerful you truly were. Do you see now what you were capable of all along? How much of your own strength and resilience have you discovered since you walked away from their influence? You were never meant to be confined. From the very beginning, God destined you to break free. And once you realized this, the world's limitations became nothing more than stepping stones. The odds were stacked against you from the very beginning. No resources, no support, and no belief from those around you. Everything seemed to be working against you. But how many times has God used the impossible to reveal His power in your life? The odds were never in your favor, but that never stopped you. With every challenge, you didn't just survive. You defied the very notion that you should fail. Hebrews 11:1 says, "Now faith is confidence in what we hope for, and assurance about what we do not see." Can you feel how your faith has transformed the impossible into the possible? You learn to use adversity as fuel, turning every setback into motivation. How many times did you hear, "It can't be done," and yet found a way to make it happen? Each time they told you it was impossible, you made it possible. You didn't need the world's approval. All you needed was the courage to press on, even when nothing seemed to be going right. Isn't that how David faced Goliath? With nothing but a slingshot and faith in God, David overcame what seemed impossible. And like David, your courage has broken through barriers that others only dreamed of. Rising against the odds wasn't just about proving them wrong. It was about proving to yourself that you were capable of so much more. With every challenge, you grew stronger. With every failure, you learned. And though the odds were stacked against you, they were never enough to stop you, because you weren't just fighting for success. You were fighting for transformation. Do you see now that every challenge was just a step in God's plan to elevate you to something greater? Remember, Romans 8:31 declares, "If God is for us, who can be against us?" You have been chosen for this journey, and with God on your side, there is no barrier too great, no obstacle too insurmountable. As you continue to rise, remember this: the world may try to tell you who you should be, but only God knows who you were truly meant to be. Are you ready to embrace the fullness of your divine purpose and rise even higher? What sets you apart is a power that radiates from within. It's not about the accolades, the recognition, or the praise from others that fuels your journey. No, it's something deeper, the quiet, unshakable resolve that resides within your soul. It's a force that no one can see, but everyone feels. This inner strength is the very energy that propels you forward, even when the road is unclear and the obstacles seem insurmountable. Have you ever felt that inner fire, that push, that just won't allow you to give up no matter what? When the world says stop, when every circumstance screams that success is out of reach, and when failure seems imminent, you didn't need anyone to tell you that you were capable, because you've always known. You've always understood that true power doesn't come from external validation or what's visible on the surface. It comes from the heart, the soul, and from a deep belief that you can overcome anything. Think about it. When everything seemed to be falling apart, didn't you always feel that still, quiet voice within reminding you that you were made for more? This is the strength that pushed you to keep going, even when everyone around you thought you should have given up. This strength is what allowed you to rise again and again, no matter how many times you fell. In those moments of difficulty, did you ever question how you found the courage to keep standing? It's because of this unwavering power within you. Psalm 18:32 reminds us, "It is God who arms me with strength and keeps my way secure." Your inner strength isn't something you generate on your own. It is fueled by a divine source, a power that never runs out. In those moments when you felt alone, God was there, strengthening you from the inside out. And this power, it's unstoppable. It's not fleeting. It doesn't fade over time. Instead, the more you tap into it, the stronger it becomes. 2 Corinthians 12:9 says, "But he said to me, 'My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness.'" Isn't that incredible? In moments of weakness, this power only grows stronger. The more you rely on it, the more you see how it's been the foundation of everything you've achieved, and everything you will continue to achieve. Your inner strength is your greatest ally, the one thing that no one, no circumstance, no obstacle can ever take from you. When the world tries to shake you, when the winds of doubt try to tear you down, it's this unshakable strength that keeps you rooted. Isn't it amazing to realize that no matter what you face, this power within you is always there, ready to carry you through? And the more you trust in it, the more you tap into the limitless potential God has placed in you, the stronger and more unstoppable you become. From the very beginning, they set their expectations for you. They thought they knew what you could do, where you would go, and how far you would get. But did you ever feel the weight of those expectations? Were you ever tempted to live up to their vision of your life? The truth is, you weren't interested in their limits. You had your own vision, your own purpose, a plan that was far greater than anything they could have imagined for you. And with every step you took, you moved beyond their ideas of what was possible. You surpassed everything they had imagined. Not because you were trying to prove them wrong, but because you were showing yourself that you were capable of far more than they ever believed. Every time they told you to stop, you pushed forward. Every time they doubted you, you proved them wrong. How did it feel when their doubts only fueled your drive? Did you ever wonder how you found the strength to keep going when they expected you to fail? With each victory, you didn't just achieve personal success, you built a legacy that would stand for generations. You were never meant to fit into their boxes, and you certainly weren't meant to live up to their expectations. You were destined to break free, to redefine what was possible, and to show the world that the only limits that exist are the ones we choose to accept. Philippians 4:13 reminds us, "I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me." This strength, this limitless potential, came from within. And with God's guidance, you surpassed every boundary they tried to set for you. And now, as you stand at the peak, you've far surpassed what anyone thought you could do. Your journey is a testament to the power of refusing to be defined by others. There's something extraordinary about the way you handle adversity. It's not just your ability to overcome challenges, it's your resilience. When others crumble under pressure, you rise. When they fall apart, you find strength in the chaos. How many times have you faced moments of doubt, only to emerge stronger and more determined? How many times have you been told it couldn't be done, only to prove that there's always a way? This resilience doesn't just affect you, it shakes the very foundation of those who thought they could bring you down. Each challenge you face, you meet head-on with a determination that rattles the world around you. Isn't it incredible how your perseverance has become a force that no one can ignore? Where others see defeat, you see opportunity. Where they see struggle, you see growth. Your resilience has become a beacon of hope, showing that no obstacle is too great for those who trust in their inner strength. James 1:4 says, "Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. Let perseverance finish its work, so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything." Through every trial, you've allowed perseverance to work its magic in you, and now you stand stronger and more complete. And as they watch, they realize they're witnessing something far greater than they ever expected. Your resilience is not just about survival, it's about transformation. You don't just endure, you thrive. Every time they thought you would break, you became even more unshakable. Each challenge you overcome becomes a testament to the power of your spirit, showing the world that you are not just surviving, you are becoming the person you were always meant to be. And with every victory, you become a symbol of strength and hope for others, showing them that no matter what life throws at you, you can always rise again. Romans 8:37 tells us, "In all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us." And indeed you have conquered, and you will continue to rise higher, no matter the trials that lie ahead. Your journey is proof that nothing is impossible for those who trust in God's plan. There's a force behind your rise, a power that guides you when everything else seems lost. It's a strength that flows through you, unseen yet undeniable. Have you ever felt that inner power, that quiet, unshakable force, pushing you forward when the world seems to be against you? This strength isn't something that can be measured or quantified. It's a spiritual power, a divine energy that propels you toward your destiny. As Philippians 4:13 says, "I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me." Can you feel this divine strength within you, lifting you up and pushing you beyond your limits? People see your success and wonder how you've managed to achieve so much. They try to dissect your every move, to figure out what makes you different. But what they don't see is the force that fuels you from within. It's not about the external accolades or praise. It's the unwavering belief in your purpose, the conviction that you are meant for greatness. Do you ever stop and ask yourself how far your belief in your own purpose has taken you? It's this force, this inner belief, that no one else can replicate. 1 John 4:4 tells us, "You, dear children, are from God and have overcome them, because the one who is in you is greater than the one who is in the world." This power inside you is greater than anything in the world, greater than doubts, fears, or obstacles. And it's this force that has carried you through the darkest of times. When the world seemed against you, did you feel like you were truly walking alone? Did you ever question whether you'd make it through? This power was your light. It guided your steps, illuminated your path, and reminded you that no matter how hard the journey, you were never alone. Isaiah 41:10 offers us God's comforting words. "So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." When everything seemed uncertain, this divine strength was there, sustaining you every step of the way. As you soared higher, they watched in awe and disbelief. They thought they had you cornered, that they had figured you out. But how often have you surprised them? Every time they thought they had you, you broke free and ascended even further. They couldn't understand how you managed to rise above it all. They were perplexed by your resilience, your unwavering determination. Does it amaze you too, how you've managed to rise despite the odds stacked against you? Have you ever wondered how you managed to keep going when others would have fallen? And so they watched perplexed as you soared higher, each moment more powerful than the last. The higher you rose, the more they tried to hold you back. But with every attempt to pull you down, you grew stronger. How many times did you feel like giving up, only to rise even higher? How did you find the strength to keep moving forward, despite the challenges? Romans 8:37 reminds us, "No, in all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us." Each attempt to stop you only added to your resilience. Every barrier they set in your way became the fuel for your ascent, propelling you toward your purpose with greater speed. You didn't just rise, you soared, leaving them behind as you reached heights they could never imagine. When they tried to control your destiny, you broke free and surpassed their every expectation. You were never meant to stay in their shadow, were you? You were meant to shine, to rise above and beyond what they thought was possible. And as you reached the top, you showed them that no attempt to control you could ever limit your potential. Philippians 3:14 says, "I press on toward the goal to win the prize for which God has called me heavenward in Christ Jesus." No one, not even their attempts to control you, could stop your ascent. This journey isn't just about your personal victory. It's about showing the world that when you are guided by divine strength, nothing can hold you back. God's plan for you is unstoppable. As you continue to rise, do you ever stop to reflect on how far you've come, how much you've achieved with His guidance? The power that flows through you is a divine gift, and it will continue to carry you toward your purpose. Keep trusting that this power will guide you to even greater heights. For with God, all things are possible. Behind every great journey is an unseen power, a guiding force that moves the soul in directions others can't fathom. Have you ever felt that force, an invisible pull, leading you down a path that defies logic or explanation? For you, that force is your inner belief, the quiet whisper of destiny that calls you forward, even when the path ahead is unclear. This power transcends logic and reason. It's a force beyond the visible world, one that guides you in ways the eyes cannot see, but the spirit knows. It's in those quiet moments when everything else is uncertain that you feel this divine pull, urging you onward. While others search for answers in the external, you've learned to trust what lies within. Can you recall a moment when everything seemed to point in one direction, yet something inside you said to go another way? This is the true power that guides you, an invisible, unshakable presence that keeps you aligned with your greater purpose. This unseen power isn't something that can be touched or seen, yet it's felt with every step you take. It's the stillness within, that peace in knowing that you are moving according to a plan greater than your understanding. In John 14:17, Jesus tells us, "The Spirit of truth will be in you." This inner guidance is that Spirit, leading you toward your purpose, even when the road seems unclear. It's the moment you decide to move forward despite the odds, the inspiration that strikes when you least expect it, and the unyielding confidence that pushes you to go farther than you ever thought possible. Do you ever wonder where that sudden burst of motivation comes from, especially in moments of doubt? This is not a power confined to your mind or body. It flows through your spirit, fueling you in moments of uncertainty, driving you when you feel like giving up. 2 Corinthians 4:16 reminds us, "Therefore we do not lose heart. Though outwardly we are wasting away, yet inwardly we are being renewed day by day." This divine strength renews you moment by moment, strengthening you in ways the world cannot see. This guiding power isn't bound by time or space. It's eternal, always with you, nudging you toward the destiny that has always been yours. How many times have you felt that pull, that gentle nudge, guiding you, even when you couldn't understand the full picture? God's plan for you isn't limited to your current situation. It transcends time, working things out behind the scenes even when you can't see it. And though others may never fully understand it, they can sense it. They feel the energy that surrounds you, the calm certainty that radiates from within. In Proverbs 3:5-6, we are told, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to Him, and He will make your paths straight." This unseen force, this trust in God's plan, guides you every step of the way. It's this unseen power that has allowed you to rise above the noise and chaos of the world, leading you on a path that defies all logic. You've walked through storms, and yet you remain unshaken. How do you keep going when others would have stopped, when doubt and fear try to take hold? It's the divine power within you that continues to lead you forward. With this force by your side, there is no limit to where you can go. Your purpose is clear, and nothing can stop you from achieving the greatness that you were always meant for. The world may not understand the power that fuels you, but you know it. And in knowing it, you are walking with certainty, knowing that with God, there is no limit to what you can achieve. Philippians 4:13 says, "I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me." With this unseen power guiding you, your destiny is already unfolding, unstoppable, undeniable, and divinely directed. The hate they directed at you, the jealousy, the contempt, what they didn't realize is that it only made you stronger. Have you ever wondered how such negativity could become the very thing that pushed you forward? Every bitter word, every attempt to tear you down, fueled your journey in ways they could never understand. They thought they could crush your spirit with their negativity, but instead they only created a warrior. Their hate didn't break you. It forged you into something greater. It became the fire that fueled your rise, the energy that kept you moving when you felt like giving up. Isn't it incredible how what was meant to harm you has only made you stronger? As Romans 8:31 reminds us, if God is for us, who can be against us? Their hatred, though painful, could never defeat you because you are supported by a power far greater than anything they could throw at you. You've learned a powerful lesson. Hate can only have power over you if you allow it to. Instead of letting it drag you down, you chose to use it as fuel. This is the key, realizing that the choice is yours. Every insult, every slight, became a reminder of the strength within you, a reminder of why you couldn't stop now. Can you see how each challenge they threw at you actually made you more determined to rise? Where they saw weakness, you saw a reason to keep going. And with every obstacle they placed in your path, you became more resilient, more driven to succeed. Proverbs 24:16 says, "For though the righteous fall 7 times, they rise again." And rise you did, time and time again, stronger with each trial. Their hatred only sharpened your resolve, transforming you into someone who was no longer afraid of the struggle. Have you ever stopped and marveled at your own transformation? You were shaped by the very adversity they thought would destroy you. Instead of running from the fight, you embraced it. Their hate became the crucible that refined you, and now you stand unshaken by anything they throw at you. As 2 Corinthians 4:8-9 says, "We are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed, but not in despair, persecuted, but not abandoned, struck down, but not destroyed." Isn't this a reflection of your journey? Every time they tried to break you, you only grew stronger. In the end, they only hurt themselves by trying to diminish you. The hate they sent your way wasn't a reflection of your worth, but of their own insecurities. It's powerful to realize that their negative energy was never about you. It was about their inability to understand your strength. While they tried to break you, you transformed their negativity into your power. You took their venom and turned it into fuel for your dreams. Doesn't that feel like a divine redemption? What they meant for evil, God turned into something that made you even more powerful. As Genesis 50:20 reminds us, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Their hate was never your weakness. It was the strength you needed to rise even higher. So, as you continue on this path, remember this: their hate is not your burden to bear. It is your power. And the higher you rise, the more they will wonder how you did it, unable to comprehend that it was the very things they threw at you that helped you become who you are today. You are unstoppable because your strength is not from the world. It's from the one who created you for greatness. There is a purpose to your life that transcends anything the world can offer. It's a divine calling, a force greater than anything you could have imagined. Have you ever felt that unexplainable pull, that sense that you are destined for something much larger than yourself? This purpose is what fuels you in the darkest moments, what keeps you going when everything else seems uncertain. It's the reason you push forward even when the path is unclear, and it's what keeps you moving when everyone else doubts you. As Jeremiah 29:11 assures us, For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope. Your purpose is rooted in something far greater than the world can comprehend, and as long as you remain aligned with it, you will keep moving forward. Your purpose is not just about you, it's about something far greater, something that connects you to the universe in a way that nothing else can. This divine purpose has been woven into your soul from the moment you were born. Can you recall the times in your life when it felt like everything was falling into place, like all your experiences were leading you toward something greater? It's been guiding you, shaping you, and preparing you for something extraordinary. You may not have always understood it, but with every step you take, the pieces fall into place. Each challenge, each victory has been leading you closer to this moment. Romans 8:28 reminds us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." Every part of your journey, even the struggles, is part of God's greater plan for you. This purpose is not just a career or a goal. It's your reason for being. It's the deep, intrinsic knowledge that you were born for something far beyond the ordinary. Have you ever felt that your life had a deeper meaning? Something that couldn't be defined by earthly achievements alone? This purpose is what gives your life significance, a higher calling that goes beyond the daily grind. And as you continue to rise, this divine purpose will continue to guide you. It's the unwavering force that keeps you grounded, the light that shows you the way when things seem too difficult. Jesus tells us in Matthew 5:14, "You are the light of the world." Your purpose is the light that shines through you, illuminating the path not just for yourself, but for others. It's a force that cannot be extinguished. As long as you walk in alignment with it, there is nothing you cannot achieve. The divine has chosen you for greatness, and you will fulfill that purpose no matter what. You were never meant to live a life of mediocrity. From the moment you took your first breath, a greater destiny was set in motion for you. Can you see that now, looking back at how far you've come? You weren't just born to live and die like everyone else. You were born to rise, to inspire, and to transform the world around you. Ephesians 2:10 tells us, "For we are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do." Your very existence is part of a divine plan, and you were created for good works, works that only you can fulfill. And now, as you stand on the edge of all that you have accomplished, it becomes clear, your journey was always meant for something greater. The world may not have understood it at first. They may have doubted your potential, questioned your worth, and tried to hold you back. But none of that mattered. You were always destined for more. Just like Joseph, who was sold into slavery by his brothers and wrongly imprisoned, but rose to greatness in Egypt, your journey is part of a much bigger story. And now, as you look ahead, the magnitude of your purpose is undeniable. Philippians 3:14 says, "I press on toward the goal to win the prize for which God has called me heavenward in Christ Jesus." You are pressing forward, moving toward the greatness you were always destined to achieve. The world may not have seen it, but God always knew what He had placed inside of you. Now, it's time to step fully into that purpose and let it guide you to new heights. You have been chosen, not by the world, but by a force far greater than anything the eye can see. Your destiny is woven into the very fabric of the universe, and no one can take it away from you. This is just the beginning. Your rise is not just a personal victory. It's the beginning of a ripple that will affect generations to come. Your story will inspire others to defy the odds, to rise against the challenges they face, and to reach for greatness. You were chosen for a greater destiny, and the world is about to see just how far your impact will go. Your journey is far from over. It has just begun, and there is no limit to the heights you will reach. The world wasn't ready for you before, but it's time for them to witness the greatness you were born to achieve. There comes a time in every person's journey when they suddenly realize that they are capable of more than they ever imagined. For you, that moment was nothing short of transformative. It was as though a veil had been lifted, and you could finally see the full extent of your potential. You realized that you were never just another face in the crowd. You were a force to be reckoned with. The world had underestimated you, but you knew that your strength was limitless. That moment marked the beginning of a new chapter, one where you embraced the power within and began to wield it without hesitation. In that instant, everything changed. The doubts you once had about yourself faded, replaced by an unshakable confidence. You knew that you had been preparing for this moment your entire life, even though you hadn't realized it before. Every struggle, every setback had been shaping you, molding you into the person you were destined to become. You were no longer just trying to survive. You were thriving. The power that had always been within you began to surface, and you felt unstoppable. This newfound power wasn't just physical strength. It was mental, emotional, and spiritual. It was the deep knowing that you were not bound by the limitations others tried to impose on you. You recognized that your resilience wasn't just a reaction to adversity. It was part of who you were. You were born to overcome, to rise, and to inspire others along the way. The moment you realized your true power was the moment your entire life began to shift, and you became the person you had always been meant to be. As you moved forward, you knew that this power wasn't something that could be taken from you. It wasn't something that could be dimmed by external forces. No matter what others said or did, you would continue to rise because your strength came from within. This was just the beginning, and with each step you took, you felt yourself growing even stronger, even more unstoppable. The moment you realized your true power was the beginning of an unstoppable ascent, one that would inspire everyone who witnessed it. Your spirit is your greatest asset. It is what has carried you through every challenge, every trial. While others might falter in the face of adversity, your spirit remains unshaken. It is an unbreakable force that cannot be torn down by the struggles of life. When the world tried to bring you down, your spirit lifted you up. It is the part of you that no one can see, yet it is the part that defines everything about you. It fuels your determination, guides your decisions, and pushes you to rise above the obstacles in your path. The strength of your spirit isn't something that can be easily understood by others. It's an energy that flows from deep within, an unseen force that manifests in everything you do. It's the quiet confidence that radiates from you when you walk into a room. It's the unwavering determination in your eyes when things seem impossible. Your spirit is what keeps you going when your body and mind want to quit. It's what allows you to rise, not just physically, but mentally and emotionally as well. The strength of your spirit is what sets you apart from others, making you resilient in ways they cannot fathom. Your spirit has been forged through fire. Every hardship you've faced, every struggle you've endured, has only made it stronger. It's not just about surviving the storm, it's about learning to dance in the rain. You've faced immense challenges, and still, your spirit remains unbroken. It is this unyielding strength that has made you who you are today. You have a fire inside of you that burns brighter than any storm, and it can't be extinguished by the negativity or obstacles that come your way. Your spirit is a testament to your inner fortitude. As you continue to rise, you will continue to tap into the strength of your spirit. With each challenge, your spirit only grows stronger. It's what keeps you grounded when the world tries to shake you. It's the foundation of your success and the key to your ultimate greatness. Your spirit is unstoppable, and nothing will ever be able to weaken it. It is the force that propels you forward, guiding you toward a future filled with limitless possibilities. Every great journey has a turning point, the moment when everything shifts, when the tide turns in your favor. For you, that moment wasn't just a minor change, it was a complete transformation. You went from doubting your abilities to embracing your greatness. You went from feeling lost to finding your purpose. That turning point was the moment everything began to fall into place, and from that moment on, there was no going back. You knew that you were meant for something greater, and you could no longer deny it. It wasn't an easy moment. It didn't come without struggle or fear. But in the face of it all, you made a choice. You decided that you would no longer let doubt define you. You decided that you would no longer let the expectations of others hold you back. That was the turning point, the moment when you took control of your destiny. No longer would you allow circumstances to dictate your future. Instead, you would rise above them, stronger and more determined than ever. This turning point wasn't just a decision, it was a revelation. You began to see the world through a new lens. What once seemed impossible now appeared achievable. What others thought of as insurmountable obstacles now became opportunities for growth. That turning point marked the beginning of your ascent. You realized that you were capable of more than you ever thought possible, and you weren't going to stop until you reached the heights you knew you were destined for. As you look back on that moment now, you realize just how pivotal it was. It wasn't just a change in mindset, it was a complete shift in how you viewed yourself and the world around you. That turning point was the catalyst for everything that has followed, and it's what keeps you moving forward today. It was the moment you chose greatness, and from that point on, there was no turning back. For years, others tried to define you. They imposed limitations on you, told you what you could and couldn't do. They had their ideas of who you were, based on their narrow perceptions and assumptions. But with every step you took, you shattered those illusions. You proved them wrong at every turn, showing them that they had no idea who you really were. You weren't what they expected, and you certainly weren't what they tried to make you. You were something far greater. The illusions others held of you were not just false, they were limiting. They tried to box you in, to make you conform to their standards, but you refused to be confined. You refused to let their expectations dictate your worth. With every success, every step forward, you destroyed the false narratives they had built around you. You became the living proof that they were wrong, that their assumptions about you were nothing more than a reflection of their own fears and limitations. As you shattered these illusions, you not only freed yourself, you freed others. People who once doubted their own potential began to see that if you could rise above the limitations imposed on you, then they too could break free from their own self-imposed boundaries. Your rise has become a symbol of liberation, a reminder that we are not defined by the opinions of others, but by the strength we carry within. You have shown the world that the only limits that exist are the ones we place on ourselves. Now, as you continue to rise, you continue to shatter the illusions of those around you. Every step you take, every success you achieve, is a testament to the power of breaking free from societal expectations. You're no longer confined by the illusions others once held about you. You have created your own reality, and it is one of limitless potential. At the core of everything you've achieved lies one undeniable truth: your belief in yourself. It's not a fleeting thought or a passing moment of confidence. It is an unbreakable foundation that has supported you through every challenge, every hardship, and every setback. Your belief in yourself has been your anchor, keeping you grounded when the world around you tried to pull you in different directions. It is the rock upon which you've built your success, and no matter what comes your way, it will never crumble. Your belief is not based on external validation. It's not dependent on what others think of you or how they perceive your journey. Your belief is rooted deep within, in the understanding that you are capable of anything you set your mind to. It's the certainty that you are destined for greatness and nothing can stand in your way. This belief has been the force that has propelled you forward, even when others doubted you, even when the odds were stacked against you. The beauty of this unbreakable foundation is that it doesn't rely on external circumstances. Whether you're faced with success or failure, your belief remains unwavering. It is not swayed by the opinions of others or by the challenges life throws at you. Instead, it is strengthened with every experience, becoming more resilient as you grow. This belief is a constant, a source of power that never fades. As you continue to build on this foundation, you will only grow stronger. Your belief in yourself will continue to propel you forward, no matter what obstacles stand in your way. And with each success, each step you take toward your ultimate destiny, your foundation will only become more unshakable. Your belief is your greatest strength, and it will carry you through to the very end. While the world may have seen you struggle alone, the truth is you were never truly by yourself. There was a hidden force, an unseen support system, constantly guiding and uplifting you, even when you couldn't see it. Whether it was a divine presence, a community of those who believed in you, or your inner strength, something beyond the surface was always there, propelling you forward. This invisible force was the quiet voice that whispered in your ear when you felt like giving up, telling you to keep going, to trust in the journey. The beauty of this unseen support lies in its quiet power. It isn't loud or brash, but it is incredibly strong. It operates in ways that are beyond our comprehension, often showing up in moments of crisis when you need it the most. There were times when everything seemed lost, when the weight of the world felt unbearable. But in those very moments, something shifted. You suddenly found the courage to take another step, to keep pushing forward, and that was because of the unseen support working in the background. Always there, ready to lift you up. What makes this support so powerful is that it doesn't ask for recognition. It doesn't need acknowledgement. It simply exists, quietly and steadfastly, always ready to guide you through your darkest days. It is in the moments when you feel most alone that you are actually being supported the most. This hidden support system is what has allowed you to go farther than you ever believed possible. It is a force that does not waver, even when the path seems impossible. Now, as you continue on your journey, this unseen support continues to be a constant. Whether you see it or not, it is always there, guiding you toward your highest potential. The more you grow, the more this support becomes tangible, becoming a powerful force that propels you forward. The strength of your unseen support will carry you through the toughest battles and into the greatness you were always meant to achieve. In every life, there are setbacks, moments that feel like obstacles too great to overcome. But you have learned the art of transforming these very setbacks into stepping stones. What others might view as failures, you see as opportunities for growth. Each setback has served as a lesson, a way for you to refine your character, learn from your mistakes and become stronger. You don't just bounce back from adversity, you rise even higher, armed with the wisdom gained from your experiences. What sets you apart is your ability to see the bigger picture. While others might focus on the immediate pain or disappointment of a setback, you look at it as part of your journey toward greatness. You understand that setbacks are not the end of the road, but simply detours leading you to the next step of your growth. This perspective allows you to approach challenges with confidence, knowing that each obstacle you face will only bring you closer to the person you are meant to become. This transformation doesn't happen overnight. It takes time, patience, and a willingness to accept the lessons that come with adversity. But each time you overcome a setback, you come out stronger, more resilient, and more determined than ever. You learn to adapt, to innovate, and to turn difficulties into opportunities to rise above and beyond your limits. This is the power of seeing setbacks as stepping stones. Every failure is just another part of your ascent to greatness. As you continue to rise, your ability to turn setbacks into stepping stones will only grow stronger. You will face even greater challenges, but each one will teach you something new. And with each new lesson, you'll become even more unstoppable, your confidence and resilience growing with every step. Your journey is not defined by the setbacks, but by how you transform them into triumphs. The path you are on is not without its challenges, but you are no longer afraid of them. In fact, you've come to embrace the challenges that lie ahead. Where others see obstacles, you see opportunities for growth and transformation. You have learned that the greatest rewards come from the most difficult journeys. Every challenge you face is another chance to prove your strength, your resilience, and your unwavering determination. You don't shy away from difficulty. You rise to meet it head-on. Your mindset has shifted from one of fear to one of excitement. The challenges that once intimidated you now excite you because you know that they will help you become the person you are meant to be. You no longer see challenges as threats, but as tests of your strength, character, and perseverance. They are not here to break you, they are here to help you grow. With each new challenge, you become more equipped, more powerful, and more ready for the next phase of your journey. This new perspective doesn't mean that the challenges are easy, far from it. You still face moments of doubt, moments when the path ahead seems unclear. But instead of giving in to fear, you have learned to trust in your ability to overcome. You have confidence in yourself and your ability to rise above anything that comes your way. This shift in mindset is what allows you to face the unknown with courage and to thrive despite the difficulties that lie ahead. The challenges ahead are not roadblocks, they are milestones in your journey. They are the tests that will shape you into the person you are destined to become. Embracing these challenges with courage and determination will continue to push you to new heights, helping you uncover the strength within you that you never knew existed. With each challenge, you're not just surviving, you are thriving, growing stronger and more capable with every step. Your willpower is what sets you apart. It is the driving force behind everything you do, the energy that propels you forward when others would have given up. It is not just about having the strength to push through difficult moments. It is the unwavering belief that you will reach your goals no matter what. Your willpower is relentless, an unstoppable force that refuses to accept failure as an option. When you set your sights on something, there is nothing that can stand in your way. This strength of will is not something that can be easily explained. It comes from a deep inner belief in yourself and your ability to succeed. It's the determination to keep going, even when the road is tough and the outcome uncertain. Your willpower allows you to face each obstacle with unwavering resolve, knowing that you have the strength to overcome it. It's this determination that has carried you through the darkest moments and pushed you toward the light of success. Your willpower has been tested time and time again, and each time it has proven to be unshakable. When faced with challenges, when others doubted you, your willpower was the one thing that kept you going. It wasn't always easy, but you refused to let anything stop you. You knew that your dreams were worth the fight, and your willpower was the fuel that kept you moving forward. This is the power of an unstoppable will. It doesn't falter in the face of adversity, it strengthens with it. As you continue your journey, your willpower will continue to be your greatest asset. It will drive you to achieve even greater things, to overcome even more significant obstacles, and to rise higher than ever before. Your willpower is the force that will carry you through every challenge, propelling you toward the life you were meant to live. There is no force greater than the unstoppable power of your will. Success is often defined by the world's standards, wealth, status, recognition. But for you, Success has never been about fitting into a mold or meeting someone else's expectations. You have redefined success on your own terms. For you, success is about growth, resilience, and the courage to pursue your purpose, regardless of the opinions of others. It's about the satisfaction of knowing that you're living in alignment with your true self, not chasing after the fleeting rewards of external validation. This new definition of success has freed you from the pressures that others face. You no longer feel the need to measure yourself against anyone else's achievements. Instead, you measure your success by how far you've come, how much you've grown, and how much you've overcome. Every step forward is a victory in your eyes, no matter how small it may seem to others. You understand that success is not a destination, but a journey, one that is uniquely yours. Redefining success also means letting go of societal expectations. You are no longer bound by the need to prove yourself to anyone. Your success is yours alone to define. It's about living with purpose, creating a life that brings you fulfillment and inspiring others to do the same. This freedom to define success on your terms has allowed you to live authentically without the fear of judgment or comparison. It has empowered you to create the life you've always dreamed of. As you continue on your journey, this new definition of success will guide you. It will help you stay true to yourself, even when the world tries to push you in a different direction. You will continue to redefine success one step at a time, living a life that is meaningful, purposeful, and deeply fulfilling. Your success is not defined by the world's standards. It is defined by the depth of your commitment to your own growth and journey. As we conclude this message, remember that being chosen by God is a powerful and transformative experience. The world may be surprised, but God's plan for you is already in motion. You are walking in your purpose, and your destiny is unfolding in the most remarkable way. Trust in Him, for He has called you to shine in ways others cannot even imagine. If this message has blessed you, please consider supporting us through a super thanks. Your donations, whether big or small, make a difference and help us continue sharing messages of hope and encouragement. We are truly grateful for your generosity, whether or not you donate. If you haven't already, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to our channel, leave a comment, and share this message with others who may need it. May God continue to bless you abundantly as you walk in His light. You are chosen, and your best days are ahead. Imagine for a moment the weight of every trial you've endured, those restless nights when doubts whispered louder than hope, the tears you wiped away in solitude, and the moments when it seemed the entire world was against you. Yet here you are, stronger than ever. Those hardships were not random. They were divinely orchestrated to prepare you for something extraordinary. You are not just anyone. You are chosen by God, a beacon of light that no darkness can extinguish. To everyone joining this transformative journey today, thank you for being here. Your support, especially through Super Thanks, means more than words can express. You are helping to spread this life-changing message of hope and faith to countless others. For those who feel the stir of purpose within, I encourage you to comment 999 below. Let it be your declaration of faith that your greatest comeback is just around the corner. Now, consider this. What if every sleepless night, every tear, and every moment of struggle was not a sign of failure, but a divine setup for a comeback so powerful it would leave everyone speechless? What if the very pain you've endured was molding you for a destiny that would surpass anything you ever imagined? Stay with me as we uncover the untold truths of why your journey has been so challenging and why your rise will be nothing short of miraculous. The time has come to embrace your purpose and step into the transformation God has prepared for you. Are you ready? Let's dive into this revelation together. God's chosen ones, your comeback will shock everyone. You are about to embark on a journey of rediscovery, a powerful return that will leave everyone around you in awe, completely astonished by the strength and purpose that radiates from within you. Deep down, from the very beginning, you knew your destiny was unlike any other. It might have come as a quiet whisper in the stillness of the night, a feeling so profound that it resonated deep in your heart, or even an inner voice that you could never quite silence, no matter how hard you tried. This call was more than just a passing thought. It was the first sign that you were chosen for something extraordinary, something far greater than anything you had imagined. Do you remember that moment when everything suddenly clicked? When the pieces of your life, no matter how disjointed they seemed, began to fit together. It was as though a divine light illuminated your path, giving you clarity and direction, just like the small signs that led Moses through the wilderness, guiding him toward his purpose. These fleeting moments in your life are your own guiding beacons. They have been there all along, offering glimpses of the greater destiny awaiting you. For many, this call comes in unexpected ways, often wrapped in ordinary events that take on profound significance. Perhaps you met someone who saw something in you that you had overlooked, or experienced a dream that felt so vivid. It seemed to step out of the realm of sleep and into your waking reality. These brief encounters, these small moments, may have seemed insignificant to others, but to you they were undeniable. They left a lasting imprint on your soul, serving as a reminder that you were meant for something more. Could it have been a sign from God, guiding you toward your divine mission? The Bible tells us in Jeremiah 29:11, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope." And this is the truth you are now beginning to understand. But with this calling came responsibility, a responsibility that often feels too heavy to bear. Perhaps the weight of this purpose made you question whether you were truly capable of fulfilling it. The world around you might not understand the depths of your calling, and in those moments of isolation, you may have felt like an outsider, as though you were walking a path that others couldn't follow. Have you ever wondered why the journey feels so lonely at times, even when surrounded by others? Could it be that this isolation is simply a sign of your uniqueness, a divine reminder that you are not meant to walk the same road as everyone else? You were not made to fit into conventional molds. You were designed to break them, to create new paths and lead others toward them. The path you are meant to walk is not one of ease, it's one of transformation. In Matthew 7:13-14, Jesus speaks of the narrow path, the one that leads to life, urging those who hear his call to walk it, even though few will find it. This is the path you are on, a path that requires strength and perseverance. But it is also a path that brings clarity, purpose, and a deeper connection to the divine. Accepting this responsibility, no matter how daunting it may seem, is the first step toward true transformation. You might have felt the weight of doubt pressing against you, questioning whether you could really fulfill the purpose set before you. But even in those moments, when the journey seemed unbearably difficult, the flame of your calling has never extinguished. It continues to burn within you, fueling your spirit and propelling you forward. What if the doubts you faced have been the very challenges that are shaping you into the person you were always meant to become? What if every struggle you faced has been preparing you for the comeback that will shock the world? Keep moving forward. God is guiding you every step of the way, and your destiny is about to unfold in a way you've never imagined. Every challenge you've faced, every obstacle you've overcome, is a testament to the inner strength that resides within you, strength that few can comprehend. This power, forged through time and trials, is the very force that will propel you toward a triumphant return. Reflect on each test you've encountered. They were not just random struggles. Each one was a necessary preparation. These challenges were designed to shape your character, strengthen your resolve, and equip you for what lies ahead. In the book of James, we are reminded that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. James 1:3. Each trial you've faced has served to sharpen you, preparing you for something extraordinary. Have you ever wondered if these obstacles were truly steps toward fulfilling a greater purpose? Your journey is a clear reflection of this divine strengthening. Perhaps you've questioned why things have been so difficult, why the road seems so steep. But with each hardship, you grew stronger. The trials weren't meant to break you, but to build you up, to cultivate the resilience and faith needed for your comeback. It's in those moments of uncertainty and struggle that your true character was formed, just as God molded Joseph through his many years of hardship before elevating him to a position of power. Genesis 41:46. The obstacles you've faced were never random. They were the tools that God has used to prepare you for your divine mission. The call you felt within you was never something easy to ignore. It's as though it follows you everywhere, through your thoughts, your dreams, and even your daily actions. At times, perhaps you tried to stray, tempted by the allure of easier, less demanding paths. But no matter how far you wandered, there was always something pulling you back. That persistent tug is not just a feeling, but a divine calling, one that refuses to be ignored. Do you ever feel like no matter how hard you try to avoid it, that calling always finds its way back to you? Could it be that this is God's way of reminding you that you are destined for something greater? This persistence is not a coincidence, but a powerful testimony to the undeniable nature of your calling. It's not just a decision you can make or a path you can choose. It's a divine assignment, one that defines who you are at your core. In Romans 8:30, Paul writes, "And those whom he predestined he also called, and those whom he called he also justified, and those whom he justified he also glorified." You were chosen long before you realized it. Your return, your triumph, is inevitable because it's part of God's perfect plan for you. This is not just a momentary choice. It's your destiny unfolding. What comes next is a series of revelations and transformations that will awaken your full potential. As you begin to embrace this, you will witness your own growth and the development of a strength so profound that it will leave the world in awe. Each moment of your journey, every bit of pain, and every victory is an essential piece of the puzzle that is your extraordinary life. Can you see now how all the pieces are coming together to reveal a picture much greater than you imagined? Every moment has led you to this point, preparing you for the greatness that is now within your grasp. Now is the time to fully embrace your role as one of the chosen. This is not a time to shy away or doubt your worth. The greatness that is coming is not just a possibility, but a certainty. Your return will not merely surprise others, it will revolutionize everything. Just as Moses led the Israelites out of Egypt, through the wilderness and into the promised land, your journey will require perseverance, faith, and the strength to cross through the desert. That desert is not a punishment, but a refining process, just as it was for Jesus, who spent 40 days in the desert, preparing for his ministry, Matthew 4:1-11. The crossing through this desert is crucial, for it is in the wilderness that you will encounter God's presence most profoundly and be refined for the tasks ahead. Are you ready to embrace what lies beyond? The world is about to witness a transformation so powerful that it will not just change your life, but the lives of everyone around you. Your comeback isn't just a return. It's a revolution that will shake the foundations of everything you've ever known. Stay faithful, stay strong, and prepare for the extraordinary. The best is yet to come. Imagine yourself walking through a vast, arid desert, where the relentless heat burns your skin and the oppressive silence amplifies the loneliness around you. The desert, in this metaphor, represents those seasons of your life when everything seems to conspire against you, when the weight of adversity feels unbearable and the end seems nowhere in sight. But it is during these very moments in the heart of struggle that your true character is shaped. Have you ever wondered how some of life's toughest moments seem to bring out the most powerful version of yourself? Could it be that, like the desert, these trials are refining you into who you were always meant to become? Every step you take in the desert, each grain of sand beneath your feet, is a testament to your resilience and unwavering determination. The heat you feel, the exhaustion that seems unending, these are not signs of weakness, but proof of your strength to endure. Throughout this journey, you've faced countless adversities. The sandstorms that raged through the desert symbolize the crises, the unexpected challenges, and the moments when everything seemed to fall apart. These storms have tested your resilience, pushing you to your limits. How many times have you felt as though everything was going wrong, and yet somehow you kept moving forward? The lack of water, the absence of shelter, these are the moments when support and resources feel scarce, when you have no one to lean on and nowhere to turn. These circumstances force you to dig deep within yourself to find the strength to continue. It's in these moments when everything seems lost that you realize just how powerful your inner strength is. You might feel as though you're walking alone, but God has always been right there with you, providing for your every need. In the wilderness, the Israelites were tested, and it was there in the barrenness that they learned to trust God like never before. Exodus 16:4. Just like them, your desert experience is not a punishment, but a place where your faith, character, and inner strength are being strengthened. Each challenge you've overcome in this desert has been a lesson learned, a new skill gained, a new depth to your character added. Every obstacle you've faced has been proof that you are capable of overcoming whatever comes your way. Do you see it now? That the desert was not just a phase of suffering, but a crucial stage of self-discovery. This period has taught you not just survival, but growth. As the Apostle James writes, "The testing of your faith produces perseverance." James 1:3. Through each test, you've been shaped into someone who cannot be easily broken. Can you look back and see how far you've come? The desert is also a place of deep reflection. With the distractions of the outside world stripped away, you were forced to confront your inner fears, doubts, and insecurities. It is here, in this solitude, that you were given the space to hear the voice within, the voice that always knew your potential, the voice that has been guiding you towards your true purpose. This inner voice is not one of fear or doubt, but one that calls you to greatness. How often do you listen to that still, small voice? Could it be that this voice is God, speaking directly to your heart, showing you who you were always meant to be? The silence and isolation of the desert were not meant to break you, but to prepare you for something greater. In these moments of solitude, you found the clarity you needed to understand the calling you've received. The desert, though harsh, is where your mind and spirit were refined, readying you for the triumphant return that is to come. Can you feel it? The stirring within, the knowledge that your journey is about to take a new turn. This time in the wilderness, though painful, has been an essential part of your transformation. It was never about the suffering, it was about the preparation for what lies ahead. Crossing the desert is a rite of passage for the chosen ones. Think of the great heroes throughout history: Moses in the wilderness, David facing his giants, Jesus in the desert before his ministry began. All of them faced their own internal and external battles. They did not emerge from these trials as the same people. They emerged stronger, clearer in their purpose, ready to lead and inspire. Your battles too have not been for nothing. The pain, the struggle, the loneliness, all of it has revealed your true strength. You are not the person you were when you entered the desert. You have been tested, and now you are ready for the triumph that will follow. Your return will not just be a return to what you were. It will be a return to a new version of yourself, stronger, more resilient, and more powerful than ever before. Are you ready to step into that greatness? Your triumph is not only inevitable, but imminent. The desert has prepared you for what is coming. Your comeback is going to shock everyone, and it all begins now. Each scar you've acquired during this journey is a testament to your courage, resilience, and unwavering perseverance. The desert, with all its harshness and unforgiving conditions, played an essential role in shaping you into the person you were always destined to be. Have you ever looked at your scars, not as marks of defeat, but as symbols of your strength and endurance? Every cut, every bruise represents a battle fought and won, a challenge overcome. These scars are not signs of weakness, but badges of honor, proof that you have withstood the fiercest trials and have emerged stronger. Despite the unrelenting difficulties of the desert, it also brought moments of unexpected victories and divine miracles. Just as the Israelites found water in the wilderness, every oasis you stumbled upon, every patch of shade that offered temporary relief was a moment of hope and renewal. These fleeting moments of reprieve weren't just random occurrences. They were divine reminders that even in the darkest and most desolate times, there is always light at the end of the tunnel. Have you ever experienced those small, miraculous moments in the midst of your trials, where everything seemed impossible, yet somehow you were carried through? These moments were not just coincidences, but the hand of God sustaining you, preparing you for what's to come. Every oasis found, every moment of comfort fueled your faith and kept you moving forward, even when the situation seemed utterly impossible. It's easy to lose sight of your purpose when everything around you seems to be falling apart, but it's in these moments that your faith is tested and strengthened. The Bible reminds us in 2 Corinthians 12:9, "But he said to me, 'My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness.'" It is in your weakest moments that God's strength is most apparent, helping you to continue on your journey, one step at a time. Looking back now, you can see that the desert was not a place of hopelessness. It was the necessary preparation for your triumphant return. Each challenge you overcame, every reflection you made, and every fleeting moment of hope were all vital to building the foundation for your future success. You may not have understood it at the time, but every part of this journey was shaping you, making you wiser, stronger, and more prepared than ever before. The desert was never meant to be the end. It was the beginning of a new era in your life, one of achievement, glory, and the fulfillment of your destiny. Do you see how far you've come? The trials you faced were not meant to break you, but to mold you into the person who could handle the success, the greatness that is coming. The journey of the chosen ones is often paved with hardship, and while the desert may seem like a long and difficult road, it was the crucible that forged your true strength. On any great journey, moments of downfall are inevitable. There are those low points when everything seems to fall apart, when the path forward becomes clouded with uncertainty. It's during these moments of despair that you might have questioned everything, your purpose, your calling, even your faith. For you, the chosen ones, these setbacks can feel particularly painful. Every failure feels like a direct blow against the destiny you know deep down you were meant for. Yet it is precisely in these moments that true strength and character are forged. Every fall, every failure is not a sign of defeat, but an opportunity for growth, a chance to rise stronger than before. As Proverbs 24:16 says, "For though the righteous fall 7 times, they rise again." It's not the falling that defines you, but how you rise after each fall. Each time you stumble, you gain the strength to stand taller, more resolute in your purpose. These moments of failure, though painful, are not in vain. They teach you lessons that success never could. Have you ever considered how the challenges you faced and the failures you endured are the very things that will propel you toward your destiny? These are the moments that strip away everything that is not essential, allowing you to rise from the ashes like the phoenix, more powerful and determined than ever. This is the journey of the chosen ones, not a smooth, easy path, but one filled with lessons, growth, and the continual process of becoming the person God has always intended for you to be. The pain you've endured, the setbacks and the falls were not meant to stop you. They were part of your preparation. The triumph that awaits you will be so much greater because of what you've already overcome. Every scar tells a story of resilience. Every hardship a chapter of strength. Your return will not just be a moment of victory, it will be a powerful testimony to the greatness you've found through the trials you've faced. You're about to show the world the true extent of your power, your potential, and your destiny. The desert was only the beginning. Your triumph is inevitable, and it's coming sooner than you think. Falls often come in unexpected ways. Perhaps it was a significant loss, a broken relationship, or an opportunity that slipped through your fingers. These painful events can shake your confidence and make you question your worth, your purpose, and the path you thought you were walking. It's natural to feel defeated, to wonder if everything you've worked for was in vain. Have you ever found yourself in one of those moments where everything feels lost, and the weight of your circumstances feels unbearable? Yet these moments are not the end. They are simply part of the journey. It's crucial to remember that these moments of loss and failure don't define who you are, but rather how you respond to them. Each time you rise, no matter how heavy the burden, you demonstrate a resilience that not only surprises others, but also yourself. Think about it. When was the last time you faced a setback and surprised even yourself by getting back up? It's often in the moments of deepest pain that the strength you didn't even know you had emerges. The Bible says in Proverbs 24:16, "For though the righteous fall 7 times, they rise again." It's not the fall that matters. It's how you rise, how you choose to respond to the challenges that shape you. This resilience, the ability to keep moving forward even when everything seems to be falling apart, is what sets you apart as one of the chosen ones. During these downturns, the temptation to give up can be overwhelming. The weight of unfulfilled expectations, dreams deferred, and disappointments can be crushing. Yet, it is in these moments of greatest temptation that you're called to rise. Instead of succumbing to defeat, you tap into an inexhaustible well of inner strength. This strength isn't born from a superficial desire to succeed. It stems from a deep, unwavering conviction that you are destined for something greater. Can you feel it? That belief that no matter what happens, you are called to a higher purpose. This is the strength that drives you to continue, even when the road ahead seems uncertain, when everything feels lost. It's the faith that God is using every moment, every struggle, to prepare you for what is yet to come. Each fall, no matter how painful, brings with it valuable lessons. These lessons are like precious stones buried deep within the challenges you face, and though they may be hidden at first, they reveal themselves when you least expect it. What are the lessons that have come from your struggles? Perhaps they have taught you humility, patience, and perseverance, qualities that are essential for your growth and transformation. These lessons are not just meant to be learned, but internalized. For it is through these lessons that you gain the wisdom needed to face the future with a stronger, more resilient heart. As Romans 5:3-4 reminds us, not only that, but we rejoice in our sufferings, knowing that suffering produces endurance, and endurance produces character, and character produces hope. Every fall, every setback is an opportunity for growth, a chance to strengthen your character and build a deeper trust in God's plan for your life. Perhaps most importantly, these falls teach you the importance of trusting yourself and the process. Learning to accept and understand these lessons is fundamental to your personal transformation. Have you ever looked back on a difficult period and realized how much you learned from it, even though at the time you couldn't see the purpose behind it? It is through embracing these lessons, accepting them as part of your journey, that you begin to see the bigger picture. Your understanding of yourself, of your purpose, and of the world around you deepens, allowing you to approach future challenges with a new perspective. You are no longer the person you were before the fall. You are someone who has learned, grown, and transformed. In addition to the lessons, falls also provide moments of introspection. In the quiet aftermath of a fall, when the noise of the world fades away, you are given the space to reflect deeply on your life. This period of stillness is essential for connecting with your inner self, for re-evaluating your goals, and for rediscovering your purpose. During this time, you may realize that what you thought was important may no longer hold the same value. Introspection gives you the clarity to see beyond the immediate struggles and to understand the bigger picture, your divine purpose, and the role you are meant to play in this world. It is in these moments of reflection that you begin to chart a new course, adjusting your plans and preparing for the big return. This renewed clarity is essential for the journey ahead. As you begin to see your life from a higher perspective, you are equipped to plan your path forward with greater intention and purpose. Each moment of introspection, each lesson learned, and every piece of wisdom gained will serve as the foundation for your future success. Your return will not be the same as before. It will be stronger, wiser, and more focused. The challenges you've faced, the falls you've endured, are simply the stepping stones that have prepared you for the extraordinary things that are yet to come. The bigger picture is becoming clearer, and with each step you are getting closer to fulfilling your true destiny. Are you ready to embrace the journey ahead with renewed strength and unwavering faith? Your comeback is not just possible, it is inevitable. There was a pivotal moment in your journey, a moment when everything began to fall into place, and suddenly the pieces of your life made sense. This moment often comes unexpectedly, perhaps during a sleepless night, a quiet walk through nature, or in a moment of deep contemplation. It's as if a light was turned on inside you, illuminating parts of your soul that had long been hidden in the shadows. Have you ever experienced that sudden clarity when it feels like the fog lifts and you see everything more clearly than ever before? That moment wasn't just a fleeting flash of understanding. It marked the beginning of an inner awakening, a profound shift in your consciousness that would forever change your perspective. This inner awakening is a unique and powerful experience, one that reveals the truths that have always been there, but were previously obscured by the noise, distractions, and worries of everyday life. As you woke to this new awareness, you began to see the world, and most importantly, yourself, in an entirely new light. The challenges you once saw as obstacles, the falls that felt like failures, now revealed themselves as opportunities. Opportunities to grow, to evolve, and to become the person you were always meant to be. Can you think of a time when what seemed like a setback actually became a turning point in your life? In that moment, you shifted your mindset, seeing every difficulty as a stepping stone rather than a stumbling block. This shift in perspective didn't just change how you saw the past. It began to shape your future, preparing you for the triumphant return that is about to unfold. It's as though this awakening was a divine invitation to step into your full potential, and you are now on the path to a return that will astound those around you. With this awakening came a newfound understanding of your potential. You began to recognize the unique skills and talents you've always possessed, many of which may have been underestimated or overlooked, either by yourself or others. Perhaps you've had moments in your life where your abilities were dismissed, or you felt unsure of your own worth. But in this awakening, everything became clear. These talents, once hidden or undervalued, are the essential tools for your journey. It's like finding the hidden treasure that's been buried deep within you all along. This newfound awareness of your potential brought with it a surge of confidence, a belief in your own abilities that you may not have had before. You now realize that you are capable of so much more than you ever imagined. You are not just equipped to face the challenges ahead, you are destined to overcome them with grace and strength. With this increase in self-confidence also came a renewed determination to move forward no matter what. In this awakening, you discovered a truth. You are not alone on this journey. There is a greater force, God's divine hand, guiding your every step. Just as Psalm 37:23 says, "The Lord makes firm the steps of the one who delights in him." You are now walking with the assurance that you are being guided every step of the way. Have you ever felt God's presence in your life, guiding you in ways you never expected? This realization that you are not walking this path alone has brought a deep sense of peace and reassurance. The path ahead is not without challenges, but now, with a renewed understanding of your potential and divine guidance, you know that you are more than equipped to face whatever comes your way. This awakening is not just a moment in time. It is the beginning of a transformation that will continue to unfold. As you embrace this new perspective, the person you once were gives way to the person you are becoming. The trials, the setbacks, the falls, they no longer define you. Instead, they are the raw material from which your strength and wisdom have been forged. You are stepping into your full potential, and with each step, you move closer to the triumphant return that will surprise the world. The light that has been turned on inside you is not just for you to see, it's a light meant to shine brightly, guiding others along their own path as well. Your awakening is not just for personal gain, it's for the greater good as you fulfill the purpose you were always destined for. Introspection has become an essential part of your personal growth, a tool that has helped you reconnect with your deeper self and understand the nuances of your emotions and experiences. At some point, you began dedicating time to reflect on the journey you've been on, to look back at the lessons learned, and to listen to that still inner voice that's been guiding you all along. Whether through moments of prayer, meditation, or simply sitting in silence, you have cultivated a practice that strengthens your connection with both yourself and the universe. Have you ever noticed how just a few moments of quiet reflection can provide you with more clarity and peace than anything else? In these moments, you tapped into a well of wisdom, and this connection brought a profound sense of serenity. It has helped you make decisions that feel more aligned with your true purpose, allowing you to navigate life's challenges with confidence, knowing you are walking the path meant for you. As you deepened your connection with yourself, you also began to understand the critical importance of the energy surrounding you. In your awakening, you realized that the people, environments, and even the thoughts you once tolerated now had a different significance. What you used to accept without question began to feel out of place, and you became more discerning about where and with whom you spent your time. It's as though the veil was lifted, and you saw with greater clarity the impact that external influences had on your inner peace. The Bible teaches us in 1 Corinthians 15:33, "Do not be misled. Bad company corrupts good character. This verse resonates deeply with your journey as you began to move away from people and environments that drained you toward those that nourished your soul and supported your growth. It became clear that, in order to stay focused on your mission, protecting your inner space was no longer optional. It became a necessity. This discernment allowed you to guard your energy, ensuring that it was spent on what truly mattered and creating the conditions for you to fully flourish. In this process of introspection and awakening, you came to realize something even more profound: the certainty that your return would not be just any return. No, this was going to be something far greater. This was the beginning of your true rebirth. The person you are becoming is someone new, someone transformed, and this transformation is about to be revealed to the world. Have you felt that inner stirring, that sense that you're on the cusp of something extraordinary? Every experience you've had, every lesson you've learned, and every moment of introspection has been building toward this defining moment. You're preparing to show the world a version of yourself that has been shaped by pain, tested by fear, and forged in the fire of trials. This isn't a return to what you once were. This is the emergence of a new version of you, stronger, wiser, and more confident than ever before. Your journey has been a powerful process of turning pain into power, fear into courage, and doubt into unshakable faith. And now, with the strength and clarity you've gained through these trials, you are about to show the world just how transformative that journey has been. The world is about to witness your rise, not just as someone who overcame adversity, but as someone who used that adversity as fuel to create something beautiful, something extraordinary. What would your life look like if you embraced this new version of yourself? One that is no longer held back by fear or doubt, but fully confident in the greatness that lies ahead. Your return will not be a quiet moment. It will be a powerful declaration of everything you have become and everything you are about to achieve. Your rebirth is just the beginning, and the world will be forever changed by the version of yourself that is now emerging. Building resilience is a profound and ongoing journey that defines the path of God's chosen ones. Resilience is not something that happens instantly. It is cultivated through the trials and struggles you face, through the deepest wounds and hardest battles. Picture a tree growing in rocky, unforgiving soil. Its roots stretch deep, searching for nourishment and stability. Despite the harsh conditions, the tree stands tall, unwavering. This is how resilience works in your life, rooted in your experiences, making you unshakable when the storms of life come. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree, he shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon, Psalm 92:12. Just like that tree, you are being rooted in the tough terrain of life, allowing you to withstand any storm. Can you remember a time when you felt like the world was crumbling around you, yet you stood firm, just like that tree? You have faced challenges that tested every part of you, your mind, your emotions, your spirit. Every struggle was a chance to grow stronger, to fortify your resilience. When the road seemed impassable, you found ways to keep moving forward. Every obstacle you overcame taught you something new: how to adapt, how to find solutions to what seemed like impossible problems, how to trust in hope even when all seemed lost. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Philippians 4:13. This verse reminds you that no matter how impossible the challenge seemed, you were never alone in your fight. Think back to those dark days. How did you manage to hold onto your faith and push through? These lessons not only prepared you for future storms, but they transformed you into someone others can look to for inspiration. Your life became a beacon of hope for others who felt lost. You are the light of the world. A city that is set on a hill cannot be hid. Matthew 5:14. Have you ever considered how your resilience now serves as a guiding light for those around you? Practicing resilience involves more than just surviving. It's about actively strengthening your mind, body, and spirit. Meditation, prayer, and physical exercise became essential to your routine. These aren't just activities, but tools for maintaining emotional balance, nourishing your soul, and replenishing your energy. Be still and know that I am God. Psalm 46:10. Have you noticed how a moment of prayer can calm the chaos inside? How a few minutes of meditation can bring clarity? Each time you take a moment to clear your mind of negativity and reconnect with your higher purpose, you renew your strength. And every prayer is not just a plea for help, but a surrender, a declaration of trust in God's plan for you. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Psalm 23:1. It's in these moments of surrender that your faith is deepened and your determination is renewed. Your journey toward resilience has also been shaped by the stories of those who walked similar paths before you. Biblical figures like Job, who endured unimaginable suffering but held fast to his faith, and David, who faced countless battles but always trusted in God's power, are examples that reflect your own struggles. But the Lord stood by me and gave me strength. 2 Timothy 4:17, just as he stood by David and Job during their trials. These stories are not just ancient history, they are blueprints for your life. Like them, you have faced hardships, but you are not defined by those hardships. Instead, you are defined by your ability to rise, just as they did. Have you ever reflected on how these biblical heroes saw their struggles not as defeats, but as opportunities for God's glory to shine through them? As you read about their courage, did you feel the strength to push forward, knowing that their resilience was also in you? Resilience doesn't thrive in isolation. It is nurtured by the community that surrounds you. It is crucial to have people who understand your journey, who believe in you, even when you can't see the way forward. The power of a supportive community cannot be overstated. Two are better than one, because they have a good reward for their labor. Ecclesiastes 4:9. Think of those who have walked beside you, your mentors, your friends, your family. Their unwavering belief in you, their encouragement, and their presence have lifted you when you felt like giving up. These people are the pillars that keep you standing tall. Can you recall a moment when a word of encouragement from someone gave you the strength to continue? These connections have strengthened your resilience, making you capable of facing whatever comes your way. As you continue to grow, resilience becomes not just a shield, but a tool to help you thrive. It's not merely about surviving the storms of life, but about emerging from them stronger, wiser, and more determined. For the mountains may depart and the hills be removed, but my steadfast love shall not depart from you, and my covenant of peace shall not be removed. Isaiah 54:10. God's word reminds us in James 1:12, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him." This promise is for you. Your comeback will not just be a return, but a glorious restoration, a testament to the power of resilience and unwavering faith. Your return will shock those who once doubted you, for it will be a living testimony to the truth that true strength is not about avoiding hardship, but about rising again after each fall. Though he fall, he shall not be utterly cast down, for the Lord upholdeth him with his hand. Psalm 37:24. Your comeback will demonstrate that your purpose, rooted in God's plan, will always prevail. How will your comeback impact those who have watched you struggle? Will they see the incredible power of God's work in your life? As God's chosen ones, your journey is far from ordinary. It is a path of growth, transformation, and ultimate purpose. At one point in your life, there came a pivotal moment when you realized that your mission, as you once understood it, needed a complete redefinition. This moment of clarity didn't come easily. It was forged through countless internal and external struggles, a battle within yourself that eventually led you to understand that your purpose needed to evolve. You were not abandoning the path you had walked before, but instead you were being called to take a different direction, one that better reflected the maturity and wisdom you had gained. This decision was a crucial turning point in your journey, ensuring that your comeback would not only be profound, but transformative, shaking everyone who witnesses it. Redefining your mission was not just a change in direction, it was a deep and often painful introspection. You had to dive deep into your own heart and soul to understand what truly mattered. What moved you? What did your soul yearn for? You began questioning the motivations that had once driven you, the goals you had once set, and the values you had followed. This honest self-examination, though sometimes uncomfortable, was necessary for realigning your purpose with your truest essence. Isn't it true that growth often demands an honest confrontation with who we really are? The Bible reminds us in 2 Corinthians 13:5, "Examine yourselves to see whether you're in the faith. Test yourselves. Do you not realize that Christ Jesus is in you, unless, of course, you fail the test?" When you did this, you began to see the path ahead more clearly. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing what you needed to do to fulfill your divine calling. This moment of clarity was essential because without it, you would have remained on a path that no longer resonated with the true mission God had prepared for you. One of the most important parts of redefining your mission was letting go. Letting go of old beliefs, outdated patterns, and the expectations of others that no longer served your purpose. You had to release these things, even though they had been part of your identity for so long. It wasn't an easy process. In fact, it was painful. Can you remember how difficult it was to let go of things that were deeply rooted in your life? But as you did, you made room for new possibilities, new beliefs, new opportunities, and new connections that would carry you forward. This act of letting go was liberating, freeing you to move toward your new mission with a lighter heart, a clearer mind, and renewed strength. The weight that once burdened you was now lifted, and you were able to move with greater freedom toward the destiny God had designed for you. The Apostle Paul understood this concept well when he said in Philippians 3:13-14, "Forgetting what is behind and straining toward what is ahead, I press on toward the goal to win the prize for which God has called me heavenward in Christ Jesus." Just as Paul let go of his past, you too are letting go of what no longer serves you, creating space for God's purpose to unfold. Courage played a major role in this reset. You needed the bravery to walk a path that might be misunderstood by those around you. Were you ever afraid that people wouldn't understand the changes you were making? That they might question your new direction? Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to move forward despite it. You knew that the mission ahead would be challenging, but you also knew it was the only way for you to live authentically. You were driven by the desire to fulfill your potential and step fully into the person God had called you to be. Every step you took, even when it felt uncertain, was one closer to aligning with your true purpose and living the life you were meant to lead. As Joshua was commanded in Joshua 1:9, "Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." These words became your guide as you stepped forward, trusting that God would be by your side, no matter how challenging the journey. Along this journey, new allies appeared. People who once seemed irrelevant to your life now played crucial roles in your mission. Books, ideas, and experiences that had once felt disconnected from your purpose now offered vital insights. These newfound influences enriched your path, bringing support, inspiration, and the tools you needed to move forward. You learned to recognize the value in these new relationships and ideas, embracing them as part of your evolving mission. Your life became a tapestry of diverse resources that shaped and strengthened your purpose. Proverbs 27:17 says, "As iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another." The people and experiences you encountered along the way became the sharpening tools that helped refine your calling. Just as David relied on Jonathan's friendship for encouragement, 1 Samuel 18:3-4, you too found that these new connections helped you sharpen your focus and grow stronger in your mission. This transformation, this redefining of your mission, is not just a temporary change. It is the beginning of a new chapter, a chapter that will undoubtedly shock everyone who watches you rise from where you once were. What if this is the moment that you've been waiting for? The moment where your comeback will be so powerful that even those who doubted you will have no choice but to witness the greatness unfolding. God has prepared you for this. Your mission, your purpose, it's now aligned with His will, and your comeback is destined to be nothing short of miraculous. Isaiah 61 declares, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." This is your time to arise and shine, to show the world the power of God working through you. Are you ready to step into the fullness of what God has prepared for you? The world is waiting for your transformation, and it's about to see a side of you they've never imagined. With your mission redefined and a clear new vision, the next crucial step is preparing for the return. This preparation goes beyond the physical. It is a journey of mental, emotional, and spiritual strengthening. You understand that a triumphant return does not happen by chance, but through meticulous and dedicated preparation. Every moment of your life thus far has been a preparation for this great moment. And now it is time to intensify your efforts to ensure that you are ready to surprise the world with your resurrection. First, mental preparation is essential. This involves cultivating a mindset of resilience and unwavering determination. Techniques such as meditation and visualization become powerful tools to calm the mind, focus on the present, and project a successful future. Visualize your return in vivid detail, the actions you will take, the obstacles you will overcome, and the impact you will have. This practice not only strengthens your confidence, but also prepares your subconscious to act on this vision. Secondly, emotional preparation is key. Recognize and process all the emotions that arise as you prepare for this transformation. Fears, anxieties, and doubts are natural, but they should not be ignored. Facing them head-on through self-reflection and the support of mentors or therapists is vital. This emotional clarity will give you the stability you need to navigate any challenge that arises. Remember, it is in accepting and understanding your emotions that you find true strength. Spiritual preparation cannot be neglected. Strengthen your connection with something greater than yourself, whether through faith, meditation, or connection with nature. This is the time to align with your divine purpose and seek spiritual guidance. Practices such as prayer, reading sacred texts, or simply spending time in silent contemplation can offer deep insights and renew your spiritual energy. This deep connection will be an inexhaustible source of strength during your return. Furthermore, physical preparation is equally important. Your body is the vehicle through which you will manifest your actions and impact the world. Adopt an exercise routine that strengthens your body and increases your endurance. Eat healthily to ensure your body has the energy it needs to support your efforts. Physical health directly affects your mental and emotional clarity, making it a vital component of your preparation. Finally, practical preparation should not be forgotten. Plan your steps carefully, set clear goals, and develop strategies to achieve them. This is the time to organize your resources, Align your actions with your mission and ensure you're prepared for any eventuality. Meticulous preparation ensures that you can respond effectively to any challenge and seize every opportunity that arises. This careful planning is the foundation of your success. With this preparation complete, you are ready to make your triumphant return. Every aspect of your preparation, mental, emotional, spiritual, physical, and practical, will come together to create a powerful impact. The world is about to witness the return of someone who not only overcame adversity, but turned it into a force for change. Your return will not only be a surprise, but a living testament to the power of preparation and the resilience of a true chosen one. The return of a chosen one is not just an event. It is a wave of transformation that reverberates in all directions. Imagine the impact of a stone thrown into a still lake. The ripples expand, touching everything around them. This is what your return will be like, a catalyst for change that will inspire and challenge those around you. From the moment you decide to stand up, the world will start to notice, and nothing will be the same as before. By standing up and embracing your true potential, you redefine who you are. Each action taken with confidence and purpose solidifies your identity as a powerful and resilient being. Your self-esteem grows exponentially as you see the fruits of your work and dedication. You become the embodiment of transformation, demonstrating that it is possible to overcome any adversity and emerge stronger and more determined. The impact also extends to your relationships. Your journey and return will inspire those who know you. Friends and family who witness your rise will be motivated to face their own challenges with renewed courage and hope. Your story will become a beacon of inspiration, showing that no matter the circumstances, there is always a way to rise again in triumph. You will become a natural leader, someone others will turn to for guidance and strength. The return of a chosen one also has a significant effect on the community. Your actions and decisions will begin to shape the environment around you. By leading by example, you will create a culture of resilience, perseverance, and optimism. Your initiatives will have a positive impact, inspiring tangible change and improvements. People who may have never believed in their own abilities will begin to see you as an example to follow, awakening a sense of possibility within them. Your return will be a memorable event, leaving a lasting legacy. The ripples of your transformation will touch everyone around you, creating a web of positive impact that stretches infinitely. This is the power of a true chosen one, transforming your own life and, in doing so, transforming the world. Get ready to take your rightful place and show the world what is possible when someone rises up with purpose and determination. As you prepare for this new phase, remember that your comeback is not just about proving something to others, but about showing yourself how far you've come. This is the time to celebrate your victories, big and small, and recognize the immense growth you have achieved. Every scar is a symbol of your courage, every success a proof of your ability. Your return will be a living testimony that with faith and perseverance, anything is possible. As we bring today's message to a close, let me remind you, your comeback is not just an option, it's a divine promise that God has spoken over your life. No matter how deep the struggle, no matter how impossible it may seem, God's chosen ones are always called to rise above. Your setback is only setting the stage for a mighty comeback that will astonish everyone around you. You are not defined by your past. You are defined by the power of God working in your life right now. The best is yet to come, and when you rise, those who doubted will be amazed at what God has done in and through you. If this message touched your heart and inspired you today, I would love for you to consider supporting this ministry with a super thanks. Your support, whether through a donation or through simply sharing this message, helps us reach more people with the hope of God's promises. But know this, whether or not you donate, I am incredibly grateful for you. Your presence here, your faith and your engagement mean more than words can say. Thank you for being part of this community. Don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe, and share this message with others who need to hear it. I also invite you to leave a comment. Tell us about your own journey and how God is moving in your life. I'd love to hear your thoughts and encourage you further. May God's blessings overflow in your life. May His favor rest upon you. And may you walk boldly into the future He has prepared for you. Know that your comeback is coming, and it will be more glorious than anything you've experienced before. Stay encouraged, keep trusting, and always remember, God's plans for you are far greater than any obstacle you face. You are chosen, and your breakthrough is on the way. Welcome, Chosen One. Before we dive in, let me take a moment to express my deepest gratitude to those of you who have supported this mission through your generous super thanks. Your kindness and faith make it possible for this message to reach those who need it most. May you be blessed abundantly for your generosity. Now, let's talk about something truly fascinating. They looked at you and assumed you were naive, a mere bystander, an easy target, someone they could manipulate, deceive, or discard without consequence. But oh, how wrong they were. See, they mistook your silence for weakness, your patience for ignorance, and your kindness for gullibility. But the truth? You were never a pawn in their game. You were the architect of your own destiny, simply waiting for the perfect moment to reveal the real power within you. It's almost amusing, isn't it? How often do people make the mistake of underestimating those who walk with divine wisdom? The Bible is filled with stories of those who were counted out too soon, only for God to raise them up in ways that left their doubters speechless. Think of Joseph, sold into slavery by his own brothers, cast aside as if his dreams meant nothing, and yet, in time, he ascended to a position of power that placed those very brothers at his mercy. What they meant for harm, God turned into victory. And now, Chosen One, your moment of revelation has come. Those who misjudged you, who plotted against you, who believed you would crumble, now they are the ones left scrambling, trying to understand how you turned the tables so effortlessly. So tell me, can you feel the shift? Can you sense the power that has always been within you, now fully awakened? If this resonates with you, declare it boldly. Type 999 in the comments below, and let the world know that you're not just chosen, but empowered, because this is just the beginning, and the truth of your rise is about to unfold. God's chosen ones, they did this thinking you were naive, but you showed them who's the boss. Number 1. Your silence made them bold, but your comeback shut their whole operation down. Chosen One, they believed your silence was proof of weakness. They thought you were blind to their schemes, too passive to notice the betrayal unfolding around you. Their arrogance convinced them that you were incapable of standing up, that you lacked the wisdom to see through their deceit. But they were wrong. Silence isn't weakness. It's a tool of strategy. While they plotted and schemed, you observed every move, every whisper, every act of arrogance. You saw the masks they wore and the overconfidence in their steps, yet you said nothing. Why? Because patience holds more power than they could ever understand. Why is silence often misinterpreted as surrender? Think back to the story of Jesus before his accusers in Matthew 26:60-63. When questioned and provoked, he remained silent, demonstrating his authority through composure. That silence wasn't passive, it was a statement of strength. In the same way, your quietness wasn't ignorance, it was preparation. While they mocked your lack of response, you observed every detail. Every deceitful word, every underhanded action became a piece of the puzzle you were putting together. They thought you weren't paying attention, but in truth, you were preparing. This quiet strategy often confuses those who operate out of arrogance. They mistake patience for weakness, unaware that those who wait often see the clearest path to victory. Why do people, like Joseph's brothers in Genesis 37, so often confuse quiet endurance with defeat? They sold Joseph into slavery, thinking his silence and absence meant the end of his dreams. But Joseph's silence hid his resilience, and his patience led him to a position of power in Egypt. When his brothers stood before him, they realized too late that the one they betrayed had risen far above them. Your story mirrors his in so many ways. When the moment to act finally came, it was not through noise or dramatic gestures. One precise move was enough to dismantle everything they had built against you. Their smug confidence evaporated, replaced by disbelief and confusion. They thought they were in control, but their arrogance blinded them to the reality that you had quietly outmaneuvered them. This irony often plays out when arrogance meets wisdom. The very silence they mocked became the weapon that left them speechless. David's encounter with Saul in 1 Samuel 24 illustrates this truth so clearly. Saul, consumed by envy, relentlessly pursued David. Instead of retaliating, David waited. When the opportunity presented itself, David spared Saul's life, proving that true strength doesn't need to shout. His actions spoke louder than words ever could. Like David, your patience allowed you to dismantle their illusion of power with grace and wisdom. Now, they are left scrambling, trying to piece together how everything fell apart. They're stunned, unable to comprehend how the person they dismissed as naive turned out to be the one who outsmarted them entirely. This is the consequence of underestimating someone who knows the power of silence and timing. The question now is what comes next. With their schemes exposed and their confidence shattered, how will you continue to rise above their expectations? Every step forward you take will solidify the truth. You were never weak, never blind, and never clueless. You were always the one in control, and they never even realized it. Number 2, you didn't just survive. They're traps. You turned them into stepping stones. Chosen one, they tried everything in their power to stop you. They laid traps, threw obstacles in your way, and created challenges they were certain would break you. Every roadblock they designed was meant to halt your progress, to make you doubt yourself, to force you into submission. But they didn't understand who they were dealing with. You didn't just survive their traps. You turned every single one of them into a stepping stone toward your greatness. Why do people assume obstacles can stop the determined? Look at the story of Joseph. His brothers believed selling him into slavery would erase his dreams, but it became the very path that elevated him to power in Egypt. Genesis 50:20. Just like Joseph, the challenges you faced didn't break you. They built you. Every trap they set only strengthened your resolve, sharpened your skills, and prepared you for a level of success they could never have anticipated. When they tried to close doors in your face, what did you do? You didn't waste time begging for entry or waiting for approval. Instead, you built your own path. While they laughed, convinced the detours they forced upon you would wear you down, you quietly rose higher and stronger. Every dismissive word, every condescending look, they thought it was breaking your spirit. In reality, it became the fire that fueled your ambition and pushed you forward. Have you ever noticed how adversity can often bring out strengths you didn't even know you had? Think about Nehemiah rebuilding Jerusalem's walls, Nehemiah 2-6. His enemies mocked and schemed to stop him, yet he pressed on. Every insult and threat only fueled his determination to complete the work. Like Nehemiah, you used every challenge as an opportunity to grow, proving to yourself and others that no amount of opposition could stop you. The beauty of it all is this: their actions laid the foundation for your success. Without their traps, would you have become as resilient, driven, or unstoppable as you are now? Every pitfall they created taught you how to navigate chaos with precision. Their betrayal became your blueprint for growth. And when they finally realized how far you had come, it was too late to stop you. Isn't it ironic how their efforts to control you only backfired? They withheld support, thinking it would shatter your confidence, but instead, it sparked something within you. You learned to clap for yourself when no one else would. You celebrated your wins in silence, and you trusted your instincts when the world turned its back. Their rejection didn't break you, it made you independent and unshakable. Then the tables turned. The success they worked so hard to block became impossible to ignore. You didn't just rise to their standards, you exceeded them. While they played gatekeeper, holding the keys to doors they thought you needed, you built something so powerful that their permission no longer mattered. Like David facing Goliath with just a sling and a stone, 1 Samuel 17, you turned the tools they dismissed into instruments of victory. Now, their opinions and recognition mean nothing. Why would it matter when you've already proven your worth? You showed them that greatness doesn't depend on the applause of others. It's built on resilience, vision, and inner strength. And now, as they scramble to acknowledge you, isn't it freeing to know you don't need their validation? You've already validated yourself. Their efforts to tear you down only made you stronger, and now they are left to watch as you rise higher than they ever dreamed possible. This is the beauty of your journey. You've shown the world and yourself that true greatness isn't granted by others. It's earned through every step, every challenge, and every victory. Number 3, they played checkers while you were mastering chess. Chosen one, they misjudged you completely. From the moment they stepped onto the board, they believed they could outsmart you with simple, predictable tactics. Their strategies were basic, short-term moves designed to win quick battles, easy traps meant to catch you off guard. They assumed you were operating on their level, incapable of seeing beyond the immediate play in front of you. But what they failed to realize is that you weren't playing the same game at all. While they were busy making hasty moves for shallow victories, you were mastering chess, a game of foresight, patience, and ultimate control. Why do so many focus on the small, fleeting wins rather than the larger, enduring picture? Their narrow vision reminded me of the serpent in the Garden of Eden, Genesis 3. The serpent's goal was immediate, a temptation in the moment to lead Adam and Eve astray. It seemed successful at first glance, but God's plan, infinitely larger and more intricate, was already in motion. Similarly, your opponents were caught up in their immediate gains, blind to the long-term strategy you had been carefully crafting. Every move they made, you saw coming. You didn't just react, you anticipated. While they played with surface-level intent, focused on simple victories, you were quietly observing their every step, calculating the ripple effects of their choices. They thought their quick wins meant dominance, but in reality, you allowed them to think they were in control because it suited your purpose. Their arrogance was your advantage. Isn't it fascinating how overconfidence can blind people? They couldn't see that while they were focused on their temporary victories, you were positioning yourself for permanent success. Their lack of foresight became their downfall. While they celebrated minor wins, you built a foundation so solid that their fleeting victories became irrelevant. They couldn't comprehend that the game wasn't about individual moves or pieces. It was about controlling the entire board. Think about the story of Joseph. His brothers sold him into slavery, believing they had secured their own dominance. In their short-sightedness, they assumed Joseph's absence was the end of his dream. What they couldn't see was that every hardship Joseph endured was preparing him for leadership in Egypt. Genesis 41:41. In the same way, your opponents thought their moves were clever, but they were actually playing right into your hands. While they were busy celebrating each trap they set for you, you were several moves ahead. Every action they took only furthered your strategy. You let them make their moves, fall into their patterns, and dig themselves deeper into the illusion of control. Their temporary successes blinded them to the larger reality. They were being outmaneuvered at every turn. Can you see how their need for immediate gratification ultimately led to their undoing? By the time they realized what was happening, you were 10 steps ahead. Their lack of patience, their inability to think long-term, and their arrogance became their undoing. They couldn't see past their own greed for victory, while you were building something far greater than they could comprehend. And when the final move came, it wasn't loud or chaotic. It didn't need to be. True mastery doesn't require a dramatic gesture. It was clean, decisive, and utterly devastating. Think about David and Goliath, 1 Samuel 17. David's victory wasn't about brute force. It was about precision, strategy, and faith. In the same way, your final move wasn't just a win, it was a declaration. You didn't just outplay them, you redefined the rules of the game itself. Now, they're left scrambling, questioning how they could have missed the signs. They can't understand how someone they underestimated so completely could have been so far ahead. They were so consumed with their small victories, their short-term schemes, that they failed to see how you were orchestrating the bigger picture all along. But here's the greatest irony. Their every move worked in your favor. They thought they were playing against you, but in truth, they were helping you build the foundation of something unstoppable. They played checkers while you mastered chess, and by the time they realized the difference, it was too late. So now, chosen one, reflect on this moment. You've proven that foresight, patience, and wisdom are more powerful than arrogance and short-sightedness. The question isn't whether you'll win, because you already have. The question is, how will you use this mastery moving forward? This is no longer about their moves. It's about your vision, your strategy, and the empire you're building. The game is yours to control. Number 4, their betrayal was the best gift they ever gave you. Chosen one, betrayal cuts deep. It feels like a knife to the soul. The lies, the disloyalty, the way they schemed behind your back. The sting of knowing someone you trusted could move against you can shake you to your core. At first, it seems like everything you believed in was ripped away. But in truth, their betrayal wasn't the end. It was a beginning, a hidden gift disguised as pain, forcing you to step into clarity and freedom. Have you ever wondered why betrayal feels so personal? It's because it exposes the gap between what you believed about someone and who they truly are. Think about the story of Peter denying Jesus, Luke 22:54-62. Peter's betrayal wasn't born of hatred, but fear. Even though he denied Jesus 3 times, that moment of betrayal ultimately served a greater purpose in Peter's journey. It forced him to confront his own weaknesses and grow into the rock upon which the church was built. Similarly, the betrayal you faced revealed what you needed to see, not just about them, but about yourself. At first, their actions hurt. The lies, the whispers, the deliberate moves to undermine you, it all felt personal, like the ground beneath your feet had been pulled out from under you. But as the dust settled, you began to see the truth. Their betrayal wasn't a loss, it was an unmasking, It exposed the relationships in your life that weren't built to last. Have you ever asked yourself why some connections seem to fall apart when you're on the verge of a breakthrough? Often it's because those relationships were never meant to go where you're headed. This wasn't your failure. It was their truth finally coming to light. Why does betrayal have such a profound way of shifting our perspective? It's because it forces us to look beyond the surface. Their disloyalty made you realize that some people were only meant to be in your life for a season. And that's okay. Just like when Paul and Barnabas parted ways after a disagreement, Acts 15:36-40. It wasn't about failure, it was about growth. Sometimes separation is necessary for the mission ahead. They thought their betrayal would leave you desperate, isolated and broken, but in reality, it gave you something far greater. You realized you didn't need their half-hearted loyalty, their conditional support, or their hidden agendas. Their actions gave you the strength to cut the dead weight from your life, freeing you to move forward with clarity and purpose. When was the last time you stopped to evaluate who truly belongs in your life? Their betrayal sharpened your discernment. You began to see the difference between those who genuinely supported you and those who only stuck around for their own benefit. Just as God told Gideon to pare down his army before battle, reducing it from 32,000 to 300, Judges 7:17, you learned that sometimes less is more. By removing the wrong people, you created space for the right ones to enter your life. And the irony, what they meant to hurt you became the very thing that empowered you. Their betrayal was the turning point that set you free from the chains of false connections. You became sharper, stronger, and more focused. While they were busy congratulating themselves for what they thought was their victory, you were rising above, unburdened and unstoppable. Do you see how their betrayal worked in your favor? What they intended as harm ended up being the gift of clarity. Their actions taught you the most valuable lesson. Not everyone deserves access to you. Not everyone is meant to walk alongside you on your path. They gave you the insight to see who truly belongs in your life and who doesn't. Think about the betrayal of Samson by Delilah, Judges 16:18-21. Delilah's disloyalty led to Samson's capture and humiliation. But even in his lowest moment, Samson found strength. In his final act, he brought down the temple on his enemies, turning what seemed like a devastating defeat into a moment of triumph. Isn't it remarkable how betrayal can serve as a catalyst for growth and transformation? The betrayal you experienced wasn't the end. It was the beginning of your rise. You owe them nothing now. Not your trust, your loyalty, or even your attention. They thought they were tearing you down, but in reality, they handed you the tools to rebuild yourself into someone stronger and freer. The beauty of their betrayal is that it gave you the freedom to walk away from what no longer served you. Now, as you stand stronger than ever, you can see their betrayal for what it truly was, a gift that revealed the truth, set you free, and positioned you for greatness. Have you noticed how their absence has brought you more peace than their presence ever did? They thought they were breaking you, but all along they were helping you become unshakable. And now, chosen one, you are unstoppable. Number 5, you didn't confront them, you outclassed them. Chosen one, they craved chaos. They were counting on you to react, to meet their anger with anger, to descend into confrontation, or to give them the dramatic showdown they so desperately desired. Conflict was their weapon, their comfort zone. They believed they could drag you into their mess, pull you down to their level, and entangle you in the chaos they created. But you didn't give them the satisfaction. Instead, you made a powerful choice. They played petty games, and you outclassed them entirely. Have you ever wondered why people thrive on conflict? It's because it feeds their ego, giving them a false sense of importance. Think about Nehemiah rebuilding the walls of Jerusalem. Nehemiah 6:1-9. His enemies repeatedly tried to distract him, sending messages to draw him into pointless meetings meant to derail his mission. Nehemiah's reply was unwavering. "I'm doing a great work, and I cannot come down." Like Nehemiah, you saw the bigger picture. You understood that engaging with them would not resolve anything. It would only validate their schemes and give them a platform they didn't deserve. So you stayed silent. You kept your head high and poured your energy into your mission. While they were busy spreading rumors, playing petty games, or plotting against you, you were building something far beyond their comprehension. Isn't it powerful how focusing on your goals silences the noise around you? Every step forward you took became a loud and undeniable statement. "I'm focused on my purpose, and you are irrelevant." Their confusion made your victory even sweeter. They couldn't understand why you didn't fight back, why you didn't defend yourself, or why you didn't engage. It frustrated them because they thrive on conflict, and you gave them nothing to fuel their fire. By the time they realized what you were doing, it was already too late. They were too busy being distracted by their own games to notice you were creating an empire. Doesn't this remind you of Jesus during his trial? When faced with false accusations and mocking, he remained silent. Matthew 27:12-14. He didn't need to argue or justify himself because his purpose was already clear. In the same way, you didn't need to explain yourself. Your actions and success spoke louder than any defense ever could. Every achievement you reached, every goal you accomplished, every milestone you celebrated was a quiet yet undeniable declaration. You were never on my level. While they were trying to pull you into their chaos, you were rising far above it. Your focus, resilience, and refusal to engage left them stunned. Isn't it amazing how choosing not to fight can be the ultimate power move? By not reacting, you didn't just win, you dismantled their entire approach. You rose so far above them that their petty games became irrelevant. The ultimate victory wasn't in proving them wrong. It was in showing that they didn't matter in the first place. Think of David's response to his older brother Eliab's provocation before facing Goliath. 1 Samuel 17-28-30. Eliab tried to belittle David, mocking him and questioning his motives. David didn't argue or engage in petty conflict. Instead, he redirected his focus to the task at hand, facing Goliath. Like David, you refused to waste energy on those who tried to provoke you. Your attention stayed on your goals, and that focus became your strength. And now, chosen one, they are left with nothing but the echo of their own pettiness. They can't argue with your success. They can't undermine what you've built. Their games, which once seemed so clever, now look meaningless against the backdrop of your accomplishments. Have you noticed how their small temporary wins have faded into nothing compared to the lasting impact you're creating? They thought they could pull you down, but you rose so far above them that their opinions and actions are now irrelevant. You didn't confront them because you didn't need to. You outclassed them in every way. So as you move forward, remember this. True strength lies in knowing when not to fight. By choosing focus, resilience, and wisdom, you've proven that your elevation is the ultimate triumph. Let them remain stuck in the chaos they created, while you continue to rise higher than they ever imagined. Your victory isn't just a moment, it's a legacy. Number 6, they relied on your kindness, thinking it was weakness. Chosen one, they misunderstood you. They looked at your kindness, your compassion, your willingness to forgive, and your unshakable patience, and assumed it was weakness. They believed they could manipulate your good nature, exploit your generosity, and walk all over you without consequence. In their minds, kindness was naivety, and restraint was ignorance. But what they didn't realize is this: Your kindness was never a lack of awareness. It was a choice, a deliberate, controlled decision born from strength, not fragility. Why do people mistake kindness for weakness? It's because they don't understand the depth of true strength. Consider Moses, one of the meekest men on earth. Numbers 12:3. His meekness wasn't a sign of weakness. It was a reflection of his profound self-control and reliance on God's strength. Like Moses, your ability to remain kind despite their actions wasn't a failure. It was a demonstration of your mastery over your emotions and reactions. At first, you allowed them to believe they were succeeding. You saw their manipulations, recognized their intentions, and still chose not to react. Why? Because you understood the power of restraint. You knew that engaging with their behavior would only validate their actions. Their schemes, their pettiness, and their attempts to undermine you didn't deserve the energy of your response. Have you ever considered how much strength it takes to remain calm in the face of betrayal? Kindness wasn't a sign of surrender, it was control. Your silence wasn't born of fear, but of wisdom. You understood that their actions said far more about them than they ever could about you. Like Jesus on the cross, when he prayed for those who crucified him, saying, "Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing." Luke 23:34. Your restraint was rooted in a higher understanding. You knew that their betrayal didn't define you, it defined them. But when they crossed the line, when they mistook your kindness for surrender and your silence for defeat, you reminded them exactly who they were dealing with. You didn't lash out or lower yourself to their level. Instead, you chose to reclaim your power in the most effective way possible. You shifted your focus, withdrew your energy, and cut off their access to you entirely. Isn't it incredible how silence can be louder than words? They didn't see it coming. The same person they thought they could exploit became the one they could no longer reach. You flipped the script with a quiet, unstoppable force. You didn't shout, argue, or engage in their chaos. You simply made a decision, and that decision left them reeling. Think about Joseph and his brothers. His kindness toward them, even after their betrayal, was not born from weakness, but from a place of power and forgiveness. Genesis 50:19-21. Joseph's ability to show compassion wasn't because he had forgotten what they did. It was because he had risen above it. In the same way, your kindness wasn't your vulnerability, it was your strength. By the time they realized what had happened, it was too late. The person they thought they could manipulate was gone, replaced by someone they could no longer control. Your kindness wasn't your weakness, it was your advantage. You chose when to give it, and you chose when to take it back. That's where your true power lies. Not in how much you gave, but in knowing when to stop. And now, they're left realizing the truth. They thought they were taking advantage of you, but all along, you were in control. Your kindness was never for them, it was for you. It was a reflection of your strength, your wisdom, and your ability to rise above their actions. So, chosen one, reflect on this. What does it mean to be kind while setting boundaries? You've learned that kindness doesn't mean tolerating disrespect. It means choosing to give compassion on your terms, not theirs. They wanted to exploit you, but they ended up teaching you the greatest lesson of all. Not everyone is worthy of your generosity. As you move forward, let this be your truth. Your kindness is your strength, your control, and your power. And now they are left on the outside, watching as you continue to rise, stronger and freer than ever. They thought they could take advantage of you, but they didn't realize that your power has always been in knowing exactly when to walk away. Number 7. You let them think they were winning until they weren't. Chosen one, they moved with arrogance, their confidence swelling with every sly comment, every sneaky maneuver. They thought they were outsmarting you. They believed they had you cornered, assuming you couldn't see the bigger picture. But the truth? You saw it all. You recognized their schemes, their manipulations, and their intent from the very beginning. While they were busy playing their shallow games, you were silently observing, patiently waiting, and calculating your every move. Why do people so often confuse silence with ignorance? It's because they believe arrogance makes them untouchable. Think about Proverbs 16:18. Pride goes before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. Your adversaries were blinded by their own pride. They mistook your silence for weakness, unaware that their arrogance would be their undoing. Every move they made, every trap they set, only pulled them closer to their own downfall. Instead of confronting them, you chose patience. You let them carry on, confident in their perceived superiority. Why? Because you understood the value of restraint. You knew that every decision they made out of arrogance would eventually lead to their failure. They believed they were building a trap for you, but in reality, they were digging a pit for themselves. Isn't it incredible how arrogance can blind people to the truth? They couldn't see how predictable their behavior had become. They thought they were being clever, but you had already anticipated every move. Your patience wasn't about giving up. It was about giving them enough rope to tie themselves up. Just like Psalm 7:15 says, "Whoever digs a hole and scoops it out falls into the pit they have made." That's exactly what happened. Their own actions, their own decisions became the cause of their downfall. While they celebrated small, meaningless victories, you stayed calm and steady, focused on the bigger picture. You didn't rush to confront them or expose their schemes prematurely, because you knew the timing had to be right. And when the time came, it wasn't chaotic or dramatic. It was simple, clean, and undeniable. Their plans unraveled before their eyes, and they were left scrambling, desperate to shift the blame. But there was no one else to blame. The consequences were theirs alone. Do you see how powerful patience and silence can be? Think about Jesus during his trial before the high priest and Pilate. Matthew 26:62-63, John 19:8-11. When questioned, mocked and accused, he remained silent. His silence wasn't weakness, it was control. He knew that every word spoken would feed into their agenda, so he chose to say nothing. Similarly, your silence wasn't ignorance, it was strategy. You knew that speaking too soon would validate their schemes, so you let their actions speak for themselves. By the time they realized what had happened, the game was already over. They underestimated your patience and mistook your silence for ignorance. But your silence was never ignorance, it was wisdom. They believed they were winning because you allowed them to think so. You let them walk into their own traps, and when the moment came, their arrogance sealed their fate. Now they are left to reflect on their defeat, wondering how they could have missed the signs. But the truth is, they never stood a chance. You were always 10 steps ahead, watching as they sabotaged themselves. This wasn't just a win for you, it was a testament to your strength, resilience, and unwavering focus. Chosen one, doesn't it feel empowering to know you never needed to lower yourself to their level? You didn't fight on their terms or give them the satisfaction of a confrontation. Instead, you let their own arrogance be their undoing. Like the wisdom of Ecclesiastes 3:1 reminds us, there is a time for everything and a season for every activity under the heavens. You understood that the time to act wasn't in the chaos of their schemes, but in the clarity of their consequences. Your patience, your strategy, and your ability to stay above the noise are what truly set you apart. They thought they were winning, but they didn't realize you were the one controlling the game all along. Let their failure serve as a reminder. Silence, patience, and wisdom are the most powerful tools you can wield. And as you continue to rise, stronger and wiser than before, they are left in the shadows of their own arrogance, watching as you thrive beyond their reach. Number 8, their gossip couldn't touch you. Why didn't? Because your name holds too much weight. Chosen one, they thought their gossip could break you. They believed that their whispers, their petty rumors, and their relentless attempts to tarnish your reputation would plant seeds of doubt in the minds of others. In their arrogance, they reveled in the thought that their words could diminish your worth or make you crumble under the weight of their lies. But what they failed to understand was this: your name carries too much weight to be shaken by idle gossip. Have you ever noticed how those who gossip the loudest often accomplish the least? Their time is spent crafting stories about others because they lack the strength to create anything meaningful for themselves. Proverbs 18:21 reminds us, "The tongue has the power of life and death, and those who love it will eat its fruit." While their tongues were busy spinning webs of deceit, you were sowing seeds of life through your actions, your integrity, and your unrelenting progress. While they were busy fabricating stories, dragging your name through the mud, you had no time for their noise. Your focus wasn't on defending yourself, it was on building something unshakable. You understood that your worth wasn't defined by the words of others, but by your character, your consistency, and the results you delivered. Isn't it powerful to know that you don't need to chase rumors, because the truth of who you are speaks louder than anything they could ever say? Think of Nehemiah again, Nehemiah 6:5-9. His enemies spread false letters, hoping to ruin his reputation and stop his work. But Nehemiah didn't waste time arguing or defending himself. Instead, he prayed for strength and kept building. Like him, you understood that engaging with their gossip would only distract you from your purpose. Your actions, your achievements, and your unyielding focus were your response. Every success you achieved, every milestone you reached, added weight to your name and silenced their whispers. While they wasted their energy on rumors, you were making moves. Their gossip couldn't define you because it was built on empty words, while your legacy was built on tangible evidence. They had lies. You had receipts. Clear, undeniable proof of your growth, resilience, and impact. Their stories faded into irrelevance in the shadow of your accomplishments. Psalm 37:6 reminds us, "He will make your righteous reward shine like the dawn, your vindication like the noonday sun." And that's exactly what happened. Your progress became your vindication. Isn't it ironic how gossip often backfires? While they tried to drag your name down, your results elevated you even higher. The weight of your achievements drowned out their whispers. People who mattered didn't listen to the noise because they could see the truth in your actions. Your consistency, your integrity, and your ability to rise above the drama made it clear who you truly were. And when the dust settled, you didn't need to say a word. Your success was the loudest statement, your progress the clearest proof. They thought their gossip would define you, but in the end, it only defined them. They wasted their time trying to tear you down while you invested your time building something they couldn't touch. Think about Jesus' reputation during his ministry. Many tried to slander him, calling him a blasphemer, a drunkard, and worse, Matthew 11:19. But his actions, his miracles, his teachings, and his unwavering mission spoke louder than their accusations. His name held weight not because of what others said, but because of what he did. Like him, your work, your character, and your unwavering focus became the loudest argument against their gossip. Now, chosen one, reflect on this. Isn't it liberating to know that your truth isn't tied to the opinions of others? Their gossip was powerless against the reality of your accomplishments. You didn't need to defend yourself or engage in their games, because the truth was already evident in the foundation you built with your own two hands. As you move forward, remember this: their words will always fade, but your legacy is permanent. Gossip can never touch the unshakable truth of who you are and what you've achieved. Let them talk while you continue to rise, unbothered and unstoppable. Your name holds too much weight to be dragged down by whispers. And that, chosen one, is why their words will never have the power to define you. Number 9. You flipped the script and made them the supporting cast in your story. Chosen one, they truly believed they were the stars of your story. They carried themselves as if the entire narrative revolved around them, as if their schemes, manipulations and actions would determine how your story ended. They saw themselves as the puppet masters pulling the strings, expecting your downfall to be their grand finale. But what they didn't understand was that you were the one holding the pen. You were the author all along. And by the time you were done rewriting the script, they were no longer the protagonists. They were merely background characters, relegated to the supporting cast in a story they could never control. Have you ever wondered why some people are so desperate to control the narratives of others? It's because they feel powerless over their own lives. Their attempts to undermine you were never about your weakness. It was about their insecurity. Proverbs 21:30 tells us, "There is no wisdom, no insight, no plan that can succeed against the Lord." While they tried to write the story of your defeat, they failed to see that their plans would never stand against the purpose placed on your life. They worked tirelessly, believing they were the main characters, convinced that their moves would dictate the outcome of your journey. Every scheme, every insult, every attempt to pull the spotlight onto themselves was a step they thought would bring them closer to victory. But what they didn't realize was that you were watching. You let them believe they were in control because you understood the value of patience. You didn't resist their attempts to steer the plot. Instead, you allowed them to carry on, knowing that their arrogance would ultimately lead to their irrelevance. Isn't it remarkable how those who try to control others often lose control of themselves? They wasted so much time trying to undermine you that they failed to see how their actions were only pushing you closer to your next breakthrough. Every move they made to hurt you became fuel for your growth. Every obstacle they placed in your path became a stepping stone. While they were busy crafting what they thought was your downfall, you were quietly using their actions to build your rise. Think of Joseph in Genesis 45:4-8. His brothers sold him into slavery, thinking they were erasing him from their story. But God used their actions for good. Joseph rose to power in Egypt and ultimately became the one who saved his brothers during a famine. Like Joseph, you understood that their schemes, no matter how cruel or calculated, would never have the final say. What they intended to harm you, you turned into the foundation for your elevation. Their narrative fell apart because they underestimated you. They thought they were crafting your story, but all the while you were rewriting the plot. You flipped the script so completely that by the time they realized what had happened, they were no longer part of the main plot. The story shifted from their petty attempts at control to your undeniable rise. They went from antagonists to irrelevant footnotes in the grand narrative of your success. Think about Haman in the book of Esther, Esther 7. He plotted Mordecai's downfall, building gallows for him, believing that his schemes would cement his power. But in a dramatic twist, Haman's own plot led to his demise, and Mordecai was elevated to a position of honor. Just like Haman, your adversaries thought they were in control, but their plans became the very means through which you rose above them. By the time the dust settled, you had outgrown them entirely. Their relevance faded, their actions became meaningless, and their schemes were forgotten. All that remained was the foundation you built with your own 2 hands, a legacy they could never touch. While they were scrambling for relevance, You were stepping fully into your role as the undeniable lead. Isn't it liberating to know that their efforts to control your narrative only ended up elevating yours? While they wasted their time and energy trying to write you out of the story, you were crafting a legacy that spoke for itself. They thought they were writing your ending, but instead they had no place in the story at all. Reflect on this. Chosen one, your story is yours to write. Their gossip, schemes and attempts to control you are powerless in the face of your purpose. Psalm 37:23 reminds us, "The Lord makes firm the steps of the one who delights in him." Your steps were always guided, always secure, no matter how much they tried to throw you off course. Now, as you stand center stage, they are left watching from the shadows. Their role is over, their influence diminished, and their relevance gone. You've reclaimed the narrative, proving once and for all that the power to define your story was always in your hands. Let this serve as a reminder. You are not just the lead in your story. You are the author, the director, and the driving force. And as your story continues to unfold, their chapter has closed for good. Number 10. They tried to outshine you, but you were the light source. Chosen one, they thought they could overshadow you. They believed their tricks, their calculated moves, and their desperate attempts to grab attention would make them the brightest light in the room. They acted as if their fabricated glow could diminish your radiance. But what they didn't understand is this: you were never just a part of the scene, you were the source of the light. Everything they chased, everything they tried to replicate, originated from you. Have you ever noticed how those who seek the spotlight so desperately often miss the fact that true brilliance cannot be forced? Their efforts to outshine you didn't make them brighter. Instead, they highlighted the emptiness of their attempts. Remember John 1:5. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. Your light wasn't something they could compete with. It was something that stood on its own, unshaken by their attempts to throw shade. As they tried to steal your spotlight, they only made it clearer where the real power resided. Every move they made, every subtle act of sabotage, only reinforced the truth. Without your radiance, there was no light for them to reflect. Do you see how their actions only validated your strength? While they were busy trying to dim your shine, you kept glowing, showing that true light doesn't depend on others for its source. It's innate, undeniable, and unshakable. Let me ask you this. Have you ever felt someone try to diminish your worth, only to realize their efforts made your brilliance even more apparent? Their attempts to overshadow you only revealed their dependency on your presence. Like the Pharisees trying to trap Jesus with clever words, Matthew 22:15-22, their efforts backfired because the truth was too strong to manipulate. Your light isn't about seeking validation or proving anything. It's about authenticity. When you walk into a room, the atmosphere shifts because you carry something they cannot replicate. You didn't need to compete or engage in their petty games. You didn't need to outshine them because your glow naturally commanded attention. Their attempts only served to show how artificial their light was in comparison. Doesn't it feel liberating to realize that their efforts to overshadow you were never a threat? While they scrambled for relevance, you simply stood in your truth. They couldn't dim what they didn't create. Your radiance wasn't just brighter, it was untouchable. And by the time they realized they were chasing a reflection, it was too late. The spotlight had already shifted, leaving them in the shadow of your brilliance. Number 11. You didn't expose them. You exposed yourself to greater heights. Chosen one, they thought you would stoop to their level. They expected you to engage in petty revenge, to waste your time dragging them down, or to focus your energy on exposing their faults. In their minds, they were waiting for a battle of words, for you to retaliate in a way that would validate their drama. But what they didn't anticipate was this: you didn't waste a single moment on them. You didn't expose their flaws. Instead, you exposed yourself to greater heights, to bigger possibilities, to undeniable success. Have you ever realized how empowering it is to choose growth over grudges? While they were waiting for you to react, you were busy building. Romans 12:21 says, "Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good." You channeled your energy into something far more valuable than conflict. You didn't fight their fire with fire. You built a fortress that stood far above their reach. Instead of getting tangled in their negativity, you focused on your goals. You didn't need to prove them wrong through words, because every step you took forward spoke louder than any argument ever could. Isn't it incredible how success has a way of silencing the noise? With every milestone you reached, you not only proved to them, but also to yourself that you were above their games. So, have you ever felt the weight of someone doubting you, only to use it as fuel to prove them, and even yourself, wrong? Like David rising to prominence while Saul's jealousy consumed him, 1 Samuel 18-24. You didn't retaliate against their attacks. You simply grew beyond their reach. Your rise wasn't about revenge. It was about purpose. As you soared to new heights, they were forced to watch. They thought they had the upper hand, but your silence, your focus, and your achievements told a different story. While they were stuck in their drama, you were building an empire brick by brick. By the time they realized what was happening, it was already too late. They weren't part of the story anymore. Have you noticed how those who try to drag you down often end up left behind? Like Joseph, who didn't waste energy on revenge against his brothers but rose to power and saved them instead. Genesis 50:20. You chose to rise instead of retaliate, and that decision became your ultimate triumph. Now, chosen one, reflect on this. Isn't the greatest revenge living a life so full of growth, success, and purpose that those who tried to harm you become irrelevant? You didn't expose them because you didn't need to. Your rise, your accomplishments, and your strength were all the proof the world needed. In the end, they were left watching from the sidelines, while you stepped fully into your potential. Let their actions fade into the background. Your story isn't about them, it's about you, your resilience, and your undeniable greatness. And as you continue to rise, remember this: the greatest revenge isn't dragging someone down, it's lifting yourself so high that they can't even reach you. Number 12. You didn't just prove them wrong, you redefined what winning looks like. Chosen one, they thought they had life all figured out. They believed their narrow, conventional blueprint for success was the only path forward. They assumed their targets, milestones, and carefully crafted rules would ensure they came out on top. But here's what they never saw coming. You weren't following their blueprint. You weren't bound by their limited definition of success. Instead, you broke the mold entirely, proving that winning isn't about fitting into someone else's rules. It's about rewriting them. Have you ever wondered why some people are so obsessed with controlling the narrative of success? It's because they fear stepping outside their comfort zone. Proverbs 3:5-6 reminds us, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight." While they were leaning on their shallow understanding of achievement, you trusted in something greater: your vision, your purpose, and your ability to rise above their expectations. They measured success by superficial milestones, titles, applause, or fleeting recognition. But you weren't interested in their version of success. You weren't chasing empty accolades or playing by their rules. Instead, you created a path that was uniquely yours, setting goals so bold they couldn't even fathom them. Isn't it incredible how freeing it is to step outside the box they tried to put you in? Every step forward you took wasn't just about proving them wrong, it was about expanding what success could look like. While they focused on checking boxes, you were building something lasting, something that went beyond superficial wins. Your achievements weren't just about reaching the top of their ladder, you created an entirely new peak. And by the time they realized what had happened, their outdated definition of success had already become irrelevant. Do you ever stop to consider how powerful it is to redefine the game instead of playing it? While they were busy trying to outdo each other, you were focused on something much bigger. You didn't need their validation or approval, because your wins weren't measured by their standards. Every obstacle you overcame and every goal you reached added depth and substance to your journey. True success isn't about meeting their expectations, it's about surpassing them entirely. Think about the story of Jesus feeding the 5,000, Matthew 14:13-21. The disciples believed the situation was hopeless because they were limited by what they could see, 5 loaves and 2 fish. But Jesus redefined what was possible, showing that when faith and vision come together, miracles happen. Similarly, your journey wasn't about meeting conventional expectations, it was about creating something extraordinary, something they never believed could exist. By the time they realized what you were doing, it was too late. They were stuck chasing outdated goals while you were rewriting the playbook. Their attempts to measure success by their shallow metrics only highlighted how far behind they were. Have you noticed how those who try to define success for others often fail to see their own limits? Your vision, determination, and ability to rise above their limitations left them in awe. Now, as you stand at the top of a peak they never even imagined, they're left watching in disbelief. What does success mean to you? Is it applause from others or the fulfillment of a vision that comes from within? Philippians 4:13 reminds us, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. You drew strength from within and above, allowing you to rise higher than their expectations could ever reach. You didn't just win, you transformed, you redefined success, created a new standard, and proved that your strength lies in your vision, your resilience, and your unwavering belief in what you can achieve. This isn't just about reaching the top, it's about creating new heights, new possibilities, and a legacy they could never touch. You didn't just rewrite the rules, you rewrote the future, and that chosen one is why they're left in your wake, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of what you've achieved. Beloved chosen one, your journey has been nothing short of remarkable. They underestimated you, they misjudged your strength, and they thought they could break you. But with every challenge they threw your way, you rose higher. You didn't just survive their schemes, you turned them into stepping stones. You proved that true power doesn't come from playing their games or reacting to their noise. It comes from knowing who you are, trusting in your purpose, and walking the path God has laid out for you. Your story is a testament to resilience, wisdom, and faith. You didn't just win, you transformed the definition of victory. Every step you've taken has shown that when you trust in the higher plan, no amount of opposition can derail you. You weren't naive, you were calculating. You weren't weak, you were patient. And in the end, you didn't just show them who's the boss, you reminded yourself of the unshakable power within you. Now, I invite you to reflect on your own journey. What have you turned around in your life? How have you shown the world that you're not just surviving, but thriving? If this message resonates with you, if it inspires you to keep moving forward, I encourage you to support this platform by donating through Super Thanks. Your generosity helps us continue to create content that uplifts, empowers, and inspires God's chosen ones to step fully into their purpose. To everyone who has donated already, I want to take a moment to thank you. Your support means the world, and it allows us to reach more people with messages of hope, strength, and encouragement. You're not just helping this community grow, you're sowing seeds that will continue to inspire others for years to come. As we close, I want to leave you with a blessing. May you continue to walk in the light of your calling. May God's favor surround you, His wisdom guide you, and His strength sustain you as you face every challenge ahead. Remember, you are chosen for a reason, and no weapon formed against you will prosper. Isaiah 54:17. Stay strong, chosen ones, and keep shining your light. Your best chapters are still being written, and they are filled with victory, purpose, and endless possibilities. God bless you all.